I am recording, so um, you are allowed to carry on though, because a lot of times it seems like the people who watch my live streams like to hear your ramblings and opinings on things. No, no. I mean, people know I exist. Only an idiot would be all like, I don't think he actually has a wife. I mean, that would be stupid. Of course, I have a wife. Don't be an idiot. But I don't know. I mean, I really feel like if I really wanted to bust my game up to like the next level, it would be somehow convincing you to join me on shows, even if you didn't want to be seen because of your security issues, but having you join me and give your opinions. I think a lot of people would love that. I really do. But I'm not going to force you to do anything against your will because I'm not a dick. I know you hate social media, and I honestly agree with you most of the time about it. Well, I like your job too. It pays for us to live a very comfortable life, and I wouldn't want to lose that just because, I said something that somebody somewhere. I mean, I don't think I ever really say anything that would reflect negatively on you, but, but one of these, you remember that one time you let me do a questioning of you? That was a good show. Yeah, we were laying in bed and we didn't have the volume on, and I just asked you a bunch of game questions. I did. God, I wish I didn't delete all of the video. I mean, a lot of them I could have deleted just so I could redo them, but some of them I'm really starting to regret that I deleted them because it's like, yeah, scalpel, sledgehammer, whatever. I mean, all right, guys. We'll see what's up. There's three of you there. Wow. Okay. What I just held up was OSE Advanced, the two books. I do have the little books, and I love them. But I was just showing off the big ones because they're so easy to use. And I don't know if any of the people in my actual campaign will be tuning into this, but if they do, if they're serious about going back to the D&D game, then they need to understand that it's going to be OSE, because not only that, but it's going to be OSE set in Greyhawk. Now, in a perfect world, they would all be clambering and begging, James, please, call me James. Please, would you pretty please run Baptism of Fire, or hey, how about some Adventurer Conquer King, blah, 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 or, whatever. But that's not going to happen. So they're not going to get my Slavic,
Hey, James,
amazingness.
could you
Hey,
run Hello Kitty Tabletop Adventures?
dude, I should one of these days, just to be that guy, make them some pre-gen ponies,
Oh, God.
and when they show up at the table, hand the ponies out and be like, we're playing
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony, freaking Pony Adventure bullshit, because that game exists, believe it or not.
I know a lot of
That is a
games
real
like
thing.
that exist.
Like Hello Kitty, I don't know if Hello Kitty exists, but I do
Oh,
know
it
for a
probably does.
fact,
That's why I was making fun of it.
I do know that I think Hungar pissed Shauner off one day because he said that Shauner needs to take his ass to Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something. And Shauner was like, I was like, sorry, bro. You know, Shauner, you're my bro, but you know, Hungar is also he's my actual bro, so he's gonna say
Exactly.
shit, and it's gonna happen. You know, so oh
Uh,
man, I got fried chicken. How you feel about that?
man, I wish I had some fried chicken.
Yeah,
I'll
my
have to
wife.
find myself something to eat soon.
Since I got up, I guess I don't know. It must have been like a fortunate thing because I got up first thing and got most of my chores knocked out. The floors and everything, cleaned all the toilets and stuff. And I didn't know where my wife was because when I woke up, she was gone. And she told me where she was going, but apparently, even though I'd looked at her and said, okay, I didn't remember.
Mm.
Because you know how it is when you're sleeping and somebody tells you shit. And then
Yeah,
you wake up and they're like, well, I told you. And you're like,
yeah,
I
that's what
was
happens to me a lot.
asleep.
I don't know.
Dude, my
People,
first wife, currently an ex, thank God. Anytime she wanted money, she would wait until I was asleep and then come in and ask me for it. Like,
oh boy.
and I mean above and beyond for something stupid, of course. But you have to remember we had kind of a relatively traditional marriage in that I worked all the time and she didn't. She stayed home with kids. And so we had to budget hardcore, you know, living on that one income, right? You
Yeah,
get what I'm saying, right?
yeah.
And she'd wait till I was asleep and come in and be like, can I have $50? And I'd always say, yeah. And then I'd wake up and be like, we're $50 short in our account. What's going on here, you know? And she'd be like, oh, I asked you if I could have it. And I'd be like, why? Oh, well, I wanted to go out to lunch with my mom. And I'd be like, well, where were our kids? They were here with you. And I'd be like, I was asleep. You can't do that. And then she'd be all like, whatever. Bitches. But anyway, how you doing, Laugh?
Oh god.
I am making a hybridized version of a mechanized combat suit for this game. I'm using the American Badger mechanized battle suit, but I think I'm going to add the new Antioch guns to it because the American guns are just giant
Tommy guns.
Tommy guns, and it's like half the dudes in the actual infantrymen have Tommy guns. So just saying, hey, we're going to make a mech suit and just upscale the Tommy gun. It's like, why? I mean, it's a very, I
Also,
guess, American thing to do, but
true, but also doesn't necessarily mean the Tommy gun would actually work. Just because you scale it up doesn't mean it would have everything needed.
right, you scale it up from 45 caliber to like 90 caliber or something, which 90 caliber would be. Let me do some metric here. 90 caliber would be like geez. Like 18 millimeter.
Mm.
And I mean, that's like me just ballparking it in my head. So if somebody's got a more precise whatever, well, congratulations to you. But just ballparking it in my head, that's like an 18 mil, which I mean, to be fair, that's way bigger than like a 50 cal.
Yeah.
Because 50 cal, which the Russians have a copy of the 50 cal they love a lot, and it's like the 12.7.
Oh, James, did you hear about the new 50 cal rifle coming out?
No.
One company, I think it was the Keltec, is making a 50 cal, and they're going to make it super cheap comparatively to other 50 cals.
Yeah, super cheap. Still means you're going to be paying like $10 every time you shoot it.
Yeah, I know, but the gun itself will only cost $4,000 instead of 10,000.
There is nothing in the world that would require 50 cal. other than just fun. I mean, fun is a thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to having a little fun. I mean,
I
if
just don't
you-
have 50 cal money fun.
if you want to get out there and just for fun blow through, a shit ton of money and ammo because you think it's fun, fine. But I'm going to be all like, really though?
Yeah, well, some people can do that. I can't. I can't afford that.
Dude, when I was in Fire Academy, one of the guys I was in Fire Academy with, yeah, he owned a Barrett. He'd paid 10 grand for it because
That's
he was
cool.
a rich kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was just like, really, dude? A
Hey, it's
Barrett?
cool.
I mean, so that's what we're talking about here. You're running around with a Barrett Light 50, and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, damn, jealous. But James Lowry, my man. I love that. There's a who is it? The actor, damn it, Samuel Jackson, when he talks about calling somebody a MFer, and he's like, it's all in how you do it. Because if you see somebody in there, you're bro, you're all like, my mother, right? But if you don't like them, then you're like, month, And it's the same with the N word, with like, it's all about how you intone it when you're saying it. Because if you see somebody and you're like, mine, then that can mean you're like best friends, brothers or something. But if you see somebody and you're like, then that can mean I hate your guts. So, the English language is a beautiful thing because you can really get a lot of information across to somebody just by how you inflect a word and how you, like the intonation. But it's not like Chinese where if you drag one vowel out 1/10 of a second longer than at some other time it means two different things.
I know that. Japanese is really the same.
Yeah, Japanese. Well, it's like Holy Diver was saying in his last video because he studies Japanese and he can speak it very well. Actually, I've heard him go off on it, and I guess they have two alphabets.
Yeah, I think I can't remember.
They have like one set of kanji and another set of kanji, and then a simplified version. And so when he's reading Japanese, he's like, "Why do they have to have so many alphabets?" It's like
because they just do. I don't know.
Yeah, because he bought some Tamiya paint, which, if you know anything about model making, is made in Japan. Yeah, and of course the Tamiya paint was all covered in kanji, and he's trying to read it, and it's like
it's fun because one guy actually on there has like this Japanese guy there, and he's just like asking him how things are said or spelt, and it's just like it'd be like kari. They're the same.
Here's the thing about Japanese, though. Like, if I see Japanese words written out like in English letters, Japanese to me seems to be like the easiest of all the Asian languages to pronounce.
Probably.
Because if you see like Oda Nobunaga, if you see it spelled out in English, I mean, it's really easy. It's Oda Nobunaga, right? Mm-hmm. Or Tanaka or Tagashi or whatever it is. It's super easy. But then like when you get into like Thai and stuff like that, it's like there's all these P's and H's and upside down V's over top, and it's like
it's kind of Polish.
It's like Polish. In Vietnamese, you've got NG, YN is Nguyen. And it's like, well, where's the G then? What's that G doing? It's just like,
silent.
It's just hanging out, having a good time, being like, "Hey, I'm a
But
G."
Polish is also a lot like that. You'll see a Polish word, and it's just like a jumbled up mess of a word.
Well, that's because Polish is a combination of Eastern and Western Slav languages and Scythian.
Eh,
Because the Scythians and whatever Sarmatians, they migrated into Poland and then they intermingled with the Slavs. And so that's why their words are like full of Z's and DZ's and like weird
Peas,
symbols over everything. And it's like,
Jews.
you want to know another European language that's just absolutely madness? Hungarian or Finnish.
Fair.
Or
Oh yeah,
Finnish.
yeah.
It's just like, because they're not actually Indo-European languages. They're Asian languages that just blended in with Indo-European languages. So it's like, wait a minute. What?
Polka.
But I remember watching the animated series called Brain Man or whatever, about that kind of semi-autistic dude that could learn languages super fast.
Huh.
And he went to Iceland. And they gave him like a couple weeks, and then they interviewed him on TV in Icelandic, and he nailed it. And what was amazing about is apparently none of the native speakers of the Icelandic language actually speak it correctly. And it's not the words that screw everything up. It's the syntax and the grammar is so complicated that even native speakers are like, yeah, whatever, But this dude learned it enough that they had him on TV interviewing him, and he was killing it. You know what I mean? But he was a special person. He was one of those like the Rain Man kind of guys.
Yeah.
They on that same show they had this one black dude, and you could ask him any day and year and month, and he would tell you what the weather was like on that day. Like in the past, obviously. It's not like this dude was, foreseeing the future, but
I can see the future.
no. But you could be like January 5th, 1962, and this dude would be like, and he'd name the city. It was partially sunny, blah, blah, blah. And if you looked it up, he'd be dead on every time. And it was just like, what kind of blessing is this?
Maybe it's a curse.
Well, the Rain Man was based on a real guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's actually a dude who was just so good with numbers that he could lay it out like that.
I'd probably say mostly it was loosely based on it, because usually you'll see either they'll
the actual guy
overdo it or they'll underdo it because they have to make it believable.
Right. They kind of, I won't say overdid it, because well, let's just say that
sometimes they actually have to underdo it, because they've said that before, where they're like, the story's so unbelievable, we just had to tone it down to make it believable to the audience.
Well, they made the Rain Man a lot more a lot less autistic, let's say.
Yeah.
Because in reality, that dude is like super autistic. Like, you know what I mean? Like super autistic. But hey, how you doing? How you doing, Code Inferno? Infernoing it up. We are just bullshitting right this second, but the whole point of the stream was like the video I already did, because you know me, I like to do a video and post it on my channel and then live stream about it.
I'll tell you, yeah, what was that again?
Your Forever Game.
Oh, Forever Game.
And just as a DM, do you ever ask your players like random questions, like if you could play any game forever, or if you could take one role-playing game book to an island, which one would it be? Which I posted that in my comments. Did I just spit on myself? Maybe. And it got a lot of freaking traction. Like a lot of people had opinions about it.
You know my answer.
Yeah, you're going to say RuneQuest.
Yep.
But I mean, really, is it RuneQuest or is it BRP?
It's still RuneQuest. Most everything in this, I guess you could say the
Right. I
rule
mean, it's
set's
still
definitely more
RuneQuest, but it's
RuneQuest.
also Call of Cthulhu. And hey, what's up, Shadow? How you doing, bro?
I mean, technically,
Uh,
yeah, if you do RuneQuest, you could play
Final
Call of Cthulhu.
exam tomorrow. Then I can fully focus on my business for a week at least. Look at you, Code Inferno. The way you're talking, you must be a Grim. And I hope you're doing very well, young sir. Sarah. But yeah, like I said in the video, like everyone posted AD&D.
AD&D, huh?
Yep.
Oh, fair.
Even the people who never even started the game with AD&D. They
I
started
never.
with third edition and stuff.
I sadly never got to play AD&D.
AD&D is pretty good.
Yeah.
But two of them are like AD&D or second edition AD&D, and I'm like, I've never ran second edition and have no intention of ever running second edition. I'm not doing it. Thank you, Mad Cat. Yeah, I need to get more on board with the. If you're talking about the one where I just talk about the most efficient mechs at 3025, that's kind of a. I mean, if you're a new Battletech player, you need to know this. Because if you go in and you pick like just willy-nilly mechs against a pro that's been playing a long time, you'll get wrecked before you actually played the game. You can post it on my Discord, 100%. Post it on the Discord. You can post it in comments. I don't really put links too much in the live show, but go to any video you want and say, hey, this is so and so, and this is a link to my whatever, and go nuts, man. Yeah, that's a problem. If you're new to Battletech and you don't understand how math intensive Battletech is, especially when it comes to probabilities and statistics and the ways that you can make things more in your favor, because it's always about setting a situation up where statistically you're more likely to get what you want than your opponent is. That's the whole point about it. When you really look away from the stompy robots and whatever, the whole point is you're outmathing your opponent. So it's like chess in a way, right? And so that's a help for any new Battletech players. The mechs I said are definitively the most efficient mechs. And while my favorite is the Griffin, which is not the most efficient 55 tonner,
I'll just run only Grasshopper. Grasshopper only.
Grasshopper is an efficient freaking mech. Give me a second, because right now, believe it or not, my Discord is not even open on this computer. So I need to go to my.
Hey, Shadow.
Shadow, what's up, man? How you doing, homie?
Hey, not too bad. I just watched that video and I typed my answer, but I wanted to clarify a couple of things.
You want to talk about it? Because
if I want to play a fantasy game and I can carry all the books with me to that desert island, I'll probably go with AD&D.
AD&D?
However, if I want to bring a game with me that's as thin and light as possible so I can carry all the other stuff I might need on said desert island,
yeah,
I'm gonna go with Villains and Vigilantes, because I can literally play any game I want with those rules. 47 pages, and I can play a fantasy game, I can play a pulp game, I can play a superhero game, a tech game, you name it, it's all there. You just have to know how to tweak things a little, because it's a comic book game just as much as it's a superhero game. And I know superhero games are not really popular, but you can take all the same mechanics and rules and run just about any other game, and it can be as brutal or lethal or as gonzo as you can possibly imagine. Now, I'm also working on behind the scenes with Emperor's Choice Revival of Arduin, and depending on how that rolls out, that might be the fantasy game I run, but it's a year away, so I'm going to stick with running my AD&D campaign that I'm running now, which 14 months without missing a session every Sunday. That's pretty good. Now, mind you, I've got people like Cal Vanoni and Off Grid and uh, Justin and Omenal and Matt
Right.
Thompson. I got some of the best players.
Well, Omenal was telling me you tried to kill him with a bunch of vampires.
Sure, and I'm not done. Thanks,
And that,
Coder
Code
Inferno.
Inferno.
Code Inferno. Sorry.
Or actually,
I
I'm saying it wrong. It's
No, that's
COD Inferno.
right.
COD Inferno. He plays Call
Yeah,
of Duty. man.
Which
I
means he's
trimmed
a
the
Call of
I
Duty
trimmed
guy.
the beard down Inferno because I
Call
was
of
getting
Duty
too much
is
maple
lame.
syrup in
I
it,
play
and it's not
well,
because I'm in
Yeah.
Canada. I just like me some maple syrup every morning.
Yeah. What's up, historical doppelganger? I would say Battlefield, but let's be honest. After Battlefield 3 and 4, and everything after 4 sucks, just balls. And 3 and 4 was mostly just camping the escalators in Metro. So it's like, whatever. It's like you might as well be playing Call of Duty at that point. Because the whole point of Battlefield originally, like Battlefield 1942 and Forgotten Hope, which was an ultra realistic mode, or just call him a Grim. That's his name, yeah. Was
Okay.
it had huge maps,
I'm gonna call you Inferno. Sounds
and
cool.
it had you had to have vehicles because if you tried to run from one side of one map to the other, you would spend 30 minutes just doing that. And that would suck if you spent 30 minutes running from one side of the map to the other and then somebody headshot you. You died and had to go, So, of course, you had access to tanks and jeeps and airplanes and everything, and there was even one battle in Battlefield 1942 that was like the Battle of Midway, where everyone on both sides started on a ship, and if you started on the aircraft carriers, you could actually run up on the deck and jump into the airplanes and take off the deck. And like the Japanese ship, I forget the name of it, was like the Shigoku or something.
Probably Shokaku.
It had like the Zeros, and it also had the torpedo bombers. And then on the American ship was the same, but it wasn't Zeros. I forget what it was, but
probably
Nopats maybe. And then it had the torpedo bomber, and 2 players could sit in the torpedo bomber because you had the guy in the back seat who had a machine gun facing out the back. So if you were piloting the thing, you had all the 50 cows in the wings, but the torpedo mounted on it. And then the guy in the back was just tail gunning, I mean, that game was amazing. You could jump in a tank and you could have two or three guys in one tank, or one guy in the tank doing it all. It just depended, And it's like as each iteration of Battlefield came out, they made it stupider and littler until it was you and a couple guys fighting over 50 yards worth of area in a subway.
This is a video game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Sounds
the original Battlefield 1942, you would fight like the battle for Midway Island. And if you started on the one point of Midway Island and wanted to go all the way around to the other point, I hope you got a Jeep or something. Because if you try to run that shit,
it's going to take you a while.
For a long time, because the island was basically pretty close to its actual size. And all the Japanese side started off on aircraft carriers and ships out there, because it was where the Japanese invade Midway, and you're a Marine, right? And of course there was a little airstrip on Midway, so you could run out there and jump into some fighter planes to try to lend a little air support. There were AA guns scattered around, Bofors 20 mils. You could jump on and try to shoot airplanes down. And then if you were playing Japanese infantry, you started out on the aircraft carrier and you run to the lower decks, and there were landing crafts, like with the gate.
Mm.
So everyone could jump into that thing, and you'd have the one guy driving it and another guy on the machine gun, and you'd take off out of the aircraft carrier and land wherever you want on the island, drop the gate, and all the guys could run out and try to take points. And think about that. That game was huge, man. Stalingrad was like massive. And then every time they did a remake of the game, from Battlefield 1942 to Battlefield 2 to Battlefield 3 to Battlefield 4 to the lame-ass one with the British chick running around with a cricket bat, they just kept getting littler, less options, and more stupid. And then, of course, I played the Forgotten
Sounds like
Hope
living in
mod.
California.
Yeah. And I played the Forgotten Hope mod, which made everything historically accurate. So, like, instead of every American soldier starting out with a BAR, you start out with a Garand.
Was this console, computer?
Computer.
Okay, because I
It
remember
wasn't even available on console.
because I can swear I remember a Battlefield game, but I could be thinking something else.
Well, what ended up happening is I think the later versions of the game, they started making crossplay so that you could play on computer or console. But the original from DICE, before EA bought DICE, that was computer only, and it was every theater of war. Like, there was actually Tobruk, and if you played in Tobruk, you might be on the German side or the British side. And if you're on the British side, you're trying to defend Tobruk, and you've got a couple of stupid lame British tanks. And if you're on the German side, then you have a lot more tanks, but, you know, the British have bunkers and shit. So, and it was a huge desert with like villages and airstrips. And I mean, it was huge. The map must have been 10 miles across, you know, in actual scale.
That's funny. I just picked up a game from 1970. I want to say 76. And it comes with a 16-foot long map.
Which game?
It's called, I think, Xenon or something like that. It's a weird sci-fi game from I saw the ad in Dragon Magazine #9, and I'm like, let's see if I can find a copy. And I found a copy for like $19, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna grab that just to see, you know, how, you know, I'm a big historian on the game front, you know, going back as far as I can, you know, about 1974-ish, seeing what, you know, how games were designed and run and played and what was available. And I saw this thing and I'm like, that sounds like a lot of fun. And then I saw it was 16-foot battle, you know, map. I'm like, where do you even play that? You know, you go to the park, you know, get a couple of
Perry
picnic tables.
Brothers.
I don't know, man.
No, the Perry Brothers, they have a Napoleonic table set up in their where they live. They have a game room, and this thing's like 12 or 16 feet long, and then turns into an L and goes like another 8 feet, and it's like 6 feet across. And it's
Hey,
all
quick question.
100% done up with all the correct terrain for Waterloo.
I was wondering. we were talking, Bubba and I and some other guys earlier the week. Have you ever played on a sand table?
A long time ago, when I used to play Johnny Reb with the history teacher at the local school.
Okay.
Yeah, they did sand tables.
I one of these days I got to either build one, maybe when I open my shop, just to see what the heck that was like.
It's not that great, honestly.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, unless you want to play with a bunch of damp sand and.
Well, I could see some advantages, like, you know, the storming of Iwo Jima or something like that. And you want, you know, or where you want to, you know, kind of be able to move the sand around and get different things like trenches or beach fronts or, Owen tells this story about how when he was a kid they used to play D&D at the park and use the sand and dig out trenches for the dungeons. And I'm like, that's freaking genius. Why didn't we think of that? Grab some army men, go down to the park and start digging some, caverns and stuff like that. Um,
Yeah, you know
I
what
don't know.
we used when I was a kid when we played D&D?
Huh.
Pennies and note paper.
I played some games using Legos to build dungeons, but I could never get enough gray ones, so there'd be blue and red and yellow bricks in there.
Well,
Um,
grab you some spray paint, man.
yeah, I never wanted to go that route. But
But anyway, we would when I very first started playing D&D, up until probably my late 20s, I never had enough money to actually afford miniatures or anything.
you know,
So
it,
we would take pennies and put the initials of the player character on them with like a Sharpie marker,
okay,
and then take more pennies and put like numbers on them. And then whenever we would like fight a battle, if we needed to actually depict it tactically, I would put a piece of paper down, just normal college rule paper, and draw out the map on that paper just at whatever, and then the players would put their pennies down where they were standing, and then the monsters would be the numbers. And I'd have in my little notepad, number one is the orc chief. He has like X amount of hit points and whatever. And then to move the figures, we used inches. But
you
that's
know,
AD&D back when I was like 16 years old.
as big a miniature guy as I am, I literally played nothing but theater of the mind for the first 35 years of gaming. It wasn't
Mhm.
until my late 30s that I started. I mean, I've always had miniatures to paint and just to enjoy painting, but it wasn't until like my 30s, which is about 25 years ago, I discovered eBay and that I could go back and buy all that stuff from the 70s and 80s. So my collection kind of, spiraled out of control. And I still, with all the terrain and all the stuff that I show off on the channel, I don't play D&D with any of that. It's just theater of the mind.
Yeah, you play online a lot.
Yes, I do. I'm almost in a game every freaking day now. Like
So
four, 5.
I play at a table, and
I miss that.
I use the old Professor Dungeon Master UDT. I made one that's 16 inches across, so that would be like what, 80 feet. And on one side, I did it all just grass and no grid or anything, just grass. And the other side is like gridded and done to look like a dungeon floor. And then I have little, wall sections I can just place down
Do
to
you
show.
use your Dungeons and Lasers at all?
I have not had the opportunity to break that out. Nope.
We did some videos to show it off, and a bunch of us have the new Dungeons and Lasers cave system coming in that comes pre-painted, and I can't wait to show that off. But I seriously doubt I'll get a chance to use it for another couple of years. But I miss it, Actually, no, I take that back. When I was working at this one game shop, they had these ping pong tables with a dry erase plastic sheet over gridded squares, and we would just draw with a dry erase marker. And we'd use miniatures, but uh, I never brought my own miniatures. I just, used whatever was at the shop. But I
Yeah.
do miss that playing in person. Uh,
Poor Leth, he don't use any miniatures. They just
No.
theater of the mind in it.
that's there's nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I don't like VTTs. They for me, every game I'm in that uses them, it it slows the game down, and it there's a lot of fiddling around in the middle of the game with moving tokens and crap like that. And I'm like, just I play 2 games online where I run them, and we don't use any of that. I'll just use index cards and I'll draw the map and I'll show it, and then someone will take a snapshot of it, a screen share, and then throw it in the Discord chat, and people can just follow along that way. And it it seems to work. But then you get the times when you drop all the maps, like last week, and the players say, "No, we're going to do this other thing." And you're like, "Okay, I'm winging it." Which
Well, I've told you that story
but-
where I drew up a whole like multi-level dwarven hold, and the players got to the front gate, and the wizard sent his wizard eye in and saw some hobgoblins marching around, and they immediately decided to leave and go to the nearest city. And I was just like, "You dicks," because I'd hand drawn like 5 levels and stocked it out. But a World War I shooter game could be fun. I did play a Napoleonic game for a little while that was like a multiplayer online game. But Hell Let Loose, I've never played a game. But honestly, I don't play first-person shooters too much. I mean, I've got Stalker, and I'm playing Ark a lot lately.
Every one of those I've ever seen, everybody I've watched play it spends just as much time respawning as they do, doing the things.
Well, it depends on, if you know what you're doing or not.
My boy and I, we used to love playing Star Wars Battlefront. We played the hell out of that game.
Oh
But
god,
there
that
were
was fun.
times-
Yeah.
It's still a great game.
Yeah.
1 and 2 for the PlayStation. Battlefront 3 or whatever it's called now. I didn't care for it, but we would have a lot of fun. But
There was no Battlefront 3, sadly. They were like 95% completed and never got released.
well, whatever one is they have now, the new one for PlayStation 4. It's
Oh,
not
they
really-
just they remade them and they call them Battlefront 1 and 2.
Right, but
But the new
whatever.
Battlefront 1 and 2 and not the good ones.
But yeah, and every time we
No,
play,
one of them you can punt Ewoks, which I have to admit does sound fun.
Battlefront 2. OG
Run around with
Battlefront
Darth
2.
Vader just punting Ewoks all over Endor.
Yes.
Just run up and kick the shit out of one of them. I mean, I hate Ewoks though, so
so what's your favorite Battlefront?
I never played any of the Battlefront games.
Oh, okay.
When I
Battlefront 2.
got into first-person shooter,
No, I mean Battlefield. Which place do you like
Oh.
fighting most?
the best Battlefield is Battlefield 1942.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Forgotten Hope mod, and I really, really liked Stalingrad because it was set. Well, I mean, the way the game worked is there were like 3 phases of the battle. So there was like the outskirts of Stalingrad where the Russians had to defend the lines and the Germans had to break through. And then it would move to the actual interior of Stalingrad. And then the third battle would be the Pavlov's house, which is where both sides are battling over this like 3-story stone building. And there's like holes all through the walls, so you can just run and jump in. And, I mean, there's something to be said if you're playing on the German side to run up on a Russian and just cleave his skull in with your entrenching tool. Because, like I said, Forgotten Hope was ultra realistic. So if you had a Mosin or a K98 or a Garand or anything like that, and you shot a guy and you hit him anywhere center mass, he was out, and he would have to respawn back at
That's
the.
it should be.
Yeah, there was none of that. Oh, damn! I got shot in the body, so I took some damage. No, you didn't really even have a health bar in that game.
Mhm.
Like if somebody hit you, you were probably just done.
Yeah.
Historical Doppelganger, I think that was Warband that you're talking about.
Yeah. There's the one I seen. It was like Bannerlord, but Napoleonic, and
It's
If you-
Warband. Mountain
if
Blade
you
Warband.
stood in actual like line formation when you fired your muskets, you got
Yeah.
bonuses to hit and damage the enemy guys. So like it actually, the game had mechanics that encouraged you to play like they actually fought wars. So it was good. But I mean, there were so many great, like Battlefield 1942 must have been at least 20 maps. And if you got the Italian expansion, that added like another 5 or 10. and you could just go onto a server, and it was like 24 or 64 on a side or some shit like that. And you could just do like a lot of the servers I played on would have like random map rotation and random team. So you would play one battle, you might be the Americans, and then the very next, after that battle would end, the next thing you know, you're at Anzio Beach and you're playing the Italian army, and the other side's American or English.
Are there any good games that do the African theater very well? Rommel, that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, I can't bring up 1942 again because that's no longer a thing, but it had all the African stuff. But there's another war game out there I've played, and it does have a whole North African campaign, but I didn't really care for the game. It was a little bit
that had to be a one of the more brutal theaters.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about, it's like I have the Kursk download, I have the Carcassonne. I forget the name of it though, but it's very. I mean, do you remember the MMO that was the World War II game? Because I played that for a while.
No, I don't.
There was an MMO where it was all of Europe. And when you logged on, you could pick which side you were going to be and where you wanted to, you could spawn at a hot spot. And there would be hundreds of players on both teams.
Really?
Running around. But the problem was the game, I think it was just too big, like they tried too hard with it, and then it ended up dying. War of Rights, where you role play as soldiers and officers in the American Civil War. Yeah, I used to play on Forgotten Hope. I played on a server where unless you were part of their guild or clan, whatever, you had to play the Russians, and I would always choose to play a Russian officer, which meant I started out with, the hat with the red star and the long jacket and the pistol and binoculars, which are great because you could forward observe for artillery with them. Like if you had a buddy, say Hungar, in the artillery piece, I could run up and hide behind a tree, and as soon as I'd put my binoculars up, he could hit a button and he would see through my binoculars. So then he could start lobbing artillery rounds and he could see where they were hitting. And if you were on TeamSpeak, which we were, I could be like, okay, you need to move it a little bit, And literally you could call in artillery, right? But the other thing I would do, and they always let me get away with it, is if I spawned and I saw a bunch of guys hanging out around the airfield waiting for an airplane to spawn, I'd run up and start shooting them. And even though they're on my team, and I would be typing in the game, there are no room for cowards in Mother Russia. You will fight the enemy and shit like that. Tsar Rodinya and shit like this. Mm-hmm. And the other players would start bitching, but then the admins would be like, he's right. Why are you guys camping the airfield? And I literally acted like I was a Russian officer. If I saw anybody not pushing, they would catch that freaking Tokarov to the back of the head. And I tell them, right off the bat, you better be up there fighting the fascists or else.
Hey, what's up, Flynn? Long time no see, man.
So I was role playing, and it made it where over a couple of games, over weeks, when people realized that Comrade Hamburglar, because I was Hamburglar, was role playing a Russian officer, right?
Yep.
The other people who were regulars on the server started role-playing too. And so the whole Russian side, you'd have guys
started snapping too, huh?
Yeah, they were typing into like the chat, Tsar Rodinya or Tsar Stalinia and stuff like that. And they'd just be charging tanks across and eventually, not that I'm saying it's necessarily my credit, but eventually it got to where the guys who owned the server, who were playing like the 357th Panzer regiment, they could never win a game. Like I would log on, and all the Russian team guys would be there, and we would just be balls to the wall all day, every day, right?
And why
Nobody was
Hamburglar?
Nothing. Everyone was pushing all the time. Live or die.
And why Hamburglar?
I just like when I played when I very first began as the Hamburglar, I played a sniper a lot, and I would creep around in vanilla Battlefield 1942, and if I sniped somebody and killed them, I would type into world chat "robble robble" because it would say you have been killed by the Hamburglar, and then you'd see "robble robble," and I just thought that was just hilarious.
It is. That's why I had to ask.
Now,
so many people now don't even remember all that. You know,
in
McDonald's
World of
lost
Warships,
all that.
In World of Warships, I play Hans Gruber. So whenever I'm playing my German ships, like my Odin or Bismarck or Drasky, if I kill you, it says you have been killed by Hans Gruber. And it's like, and I get a lot of comments on that too, like, damn, cool name, man, you know. But I started playing World of Warships like the day it came out. So I got a good name. OJ Flynn, what is up? All right. We were watching Chappelle the other day, the race draft. The white guy's like, we're taking Colin Powell. And the black guy's like, we'll give you Colin Powell, but you got to take Condoleezza Rice. And then the black guy's like, but we want Eminem. And the white guy's like, no, you're not getting Eminem, but you can have OJ back. And they're like, okay, deal. And then like Bill Burr, back when he was funny, you know, he's like, so OJ is black again, and Condoleezza Rice and General Powell are white, which is weird because they're not even a little bit white, you know. And then the Chinese delegate, he took the whole Wu-Tang Clan. When it came time for the Asians to be up there, they're like, we choose the RZA, the Jizza, Inspect the Deck, the whole Wu-Tang Clan, and you just see a bunch of Asians doing the Wu-Tang thing.
It's funny you mentioned OJ. When I was a kid, OJ was I literally would check out the OJ Simpson biography. You know, mind you, I was in like third grade, so this was like way back in the 70s. Every week for a year, the only book I checked out was just the OJ, you know, biography or whatever. And the wife was watching the OJ Simpson trials, this big documentary, and I don't know about you guys, but I was convinced, I still am, that when it happened, you know, when OJ did the thing, I can't picture him having been alone to do what he did in the time frame. You know what I mean? To keep one or the other victim from running and screaming.
You wouldn't think so. It just depends on how they caught him, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you want to talk about, you know.
Hey, gents.
How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
I absolutely loved how South Park did the OJ thing. Like the one lawyer got up there and he used the Chewbacca defense. You know, and he just goes up like, does it look like a Wookiee? Does it look like a Wookiee? You know, and all this shit is.
And the juror's head exploded.
You're a little loud, Doc.
Oh, I'm in. Let me see if I can do something here.
Sounds to me like somebody's being a bitch. I'm joking. I'm not saying you're being a bitch.
No, I just I don't know if it.
Or maybe I am, but you know, I don't want you to get mad at me over it.
Now we can't hear you at all. My bad.
See, look at you, man. I rarely get to see my bro Doc, and like he shows up, and you're like,
Too loud.
Okay, this seems to be. Oh, let me see. Maybe this helps.
That
Okay,
sounds
is this okay? All right.
Yeah.
So what's going on with you guys?
When you get as old as Shadow is, I guess your ears get sensitive.
Yeah, I'm just being a bitch. Actually, I'm getting ready to barbecue some burgers.
Oh man, and you didn't invite me?
You're invited, dude. If you can get here in an hour and 20,
Dude, I couldn't even
roll
get
half
there
pound
in
burger.
an hour and 20 if I left on an airplane right now. I remember when I flew out for desert training because it's in California, Fort Ord, I think, or Irwin, whichever one's in Death Valley, and that was a long ass flight. That was a long ass flight.
Yeah, would be. I mean, you're talking about from Florida to California.
No, I'm talking about from Georgia to California.
Or
Hunter
Georgia.
Army Airfield.
Fort Benning. You at Fort Benning?
I was at Fort Swampy at the time, which
okay.
is our nickname for Fort Stewart, which I think they renamed to Fort Liberty, but they might name it back.
It's Fort Stewart again.
Good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Because
Although it's not named after the same Stewart. The way the commandant got away with it, he said, "Okay, we're renaming it Fort Stewart, but now it's named after this other guy who was named Stewart, who was like a Medal of Honor winner, and like so there."
Well, they renamed Fort Bragg too.
Yeah, what they rename it?
No, they named it back.
Oh,
It's
did
now
they?
Benning is now Benning again, and Bragg is Bragg. Basically, whatever his name is, I can never pronounce it correctly. One of his first acts as like being in charge of the military is to name all of the bases back to their original names.
The Pete Hegseth?
And then the president named that mountain in Alaska back to its name. So instead of Mount Delaria or whatever the hell it was, he named it back to Mount McKinley.
Yeah, good.
Because
we need to take all that shit back and then start renaming other bullshit in our favor. Just relentless.
Trumpster was right when he said, and he wasn't the president at the time, I think, when he said it, but he did say it. He said, if you let people start tearing down this group of statues, it'll be a minute before they're tearing down all of them. And he's 100% right. I mean, that's
the whole Marxist mentality. Tear it all down, and next thing you know, we'll have the thought police and all that other bullshit.
Well, I'm not even getting into that. I'm just saying they started with Confederate soldiers, and then they ended up tearing down like Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. Meanwhile, in frickin' Seattle, Washington, they have a statue of Lenin. Which, if I were the benign dictator of the Imperial United States, that would be against the law.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not going to be building statues to people responsible for the deaths of hundreds of millions of people,
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. That'd be like somebody wanting to build, well, they did. Because the guy who carved out the statue of Martin Luther King made him look like Mao Zedong. Even Martin Luther King's wife, when she saw the statue, was like, that doesn't look anything like him. And he's holding that book, which is the book, the Bible, or is it the little red book? You tell me, because, the Chinese and their little red book that they handed around to make sure everybody was following the,
If you go to the, I haven't been there. I haven't been to Disney World in forever. But if you go to the Hall of Presidents, with all the animatronic presidents, the body on Trump looks really weird. And the reason it was they actually made a Hillary Clinton one because they were like so convinced she was going to win, and then they just like changed the head on it, basically.
Well, one thing that's funny about being a Floridian. I mean, there's a lot of things that's funny about being a Floridian, but is our sheriff in Polk County, who about once a month does a live stream thing where he goes into detail about all of the different pedophiles that they've arrested that worked at Disney.
And
he shows names and like Gracie Judd or whatever his name is.
Yeah, not Gracie. I thought it was like Grady Judge or something
Grady,
like that.
whatever it is. But that dude is nuts, man. Like, he'll get up there and he'll be showing like big glossy photos of these dudes. And he pointed, they worked at Disney and this and that. And,
there was a huge number of them. And Disney covered it up. That's one of the reasons they lost their city status, because they had their own police.
Right.
And the police were covering all that. Police there were covering all that crap up.
How can anybody be on board with that? The cover.
Money.
Well, it's like, oh, we got to protect the company. Yeah, this was bad, but
Millions and millions of dollars worth of money.
Yeah.
they convince them, oh, well, yeah, it's terrible and all, but they'll pay the parents, and we have to protect the Disney name. You understand, and that kind of
No,
crap.
I don't.
Well, I had buddies, and I even consider it for a little while, but then I didn't, that worked as paramedics for Disney. Because SeaWorld and Disney will hire off-duty paramedics to work. And basically all you do is drive around all day on a Band-Aid cart, like a little golf cart with some basic first aid bullshit on it. And they pay you like $17, $18 an hour. So if you want to pick up a shift after your normal shift, you could do that. And then you get into the parks for free and everything. But at Disney, the big rule is no one ever dies at Disney. Ever. So you can run up on a guy with their head actually off. And policy is you will work that corpse like you're working a coat or something until the truck can show up to put it in it. And then after it's off Disney property, then somebody can declare the person dead. But they cannot be declared dead on Disney property. And they had their own fire department, but their fire department didn't run medical calls during the day. They were only for fire and stuff. Reedy Creek, but they lost Reedy Creek because when Disney and DeSantis decided to go to war, one of the first things he did was take Reedy Creek away from them. And but when Disney bought all that swampland back in the 70s, the then government of Florida made it where he didn't have to pay taxes on anything for like ever. So Disney can make $1 trillion gazillion at Disney World, and they don't pay tax on anything because they argued that, and it is true. Before Disney was built, Orlando was like 5,000 people growing oranges and raising cattle. It wasn't this major metropolis with like a regional airport and all this thing, so that was the whole deal. The government was like, we'll cut this major corporation all this huge tax bonus, and then we'll reap the benefits from all the tourism, right? But yeah, they've got weird rules. Like Disney World, even though it's in Florida, you can drive from any point of that park to any other point from that park completely underground. And the tunnels they have are big enough for tractor trailers to drive down. Some of them.
Yeah, I'm getting really sick of these like deals that these huge companies got. Like this thing with the cities building these giant freaking stadiums for these sport teams.
Right. And they
This is
use
such
tax
crap.
money to do it. And then the sports team turns around and charges you $100 for a shitty seat. It's like, how is that right? I mean, I'm me being the pro-capitalist guy that I am, I'm telling you right now, that shit ain't right. That's not capitalism. I don't know what that is, but
Maybe
I don't know what
capitalism.
Disneyland is like. I'm just talking Disney World. No one dies at Disney World. No one. Ever. And but Grady Judge, he started calling them out on all their hiring of
Just like the pyramids.
bad people and stuff like that. Just like the pyramids. No one. Well, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say about the pyramids, but I will say this: they have
Probably
never
the tunnels
found,
underground.
Oh yeah, they've never found a tomb or any burial
Bubba?
site within any.
Just
of the
talking about you. Oh, speaking of which, Bubba, your book's in the mail.
Bubba, CO, yeah. Are you dropping out of the Star Trek game? Not your Echo.
What, who,
That's
what?
to you, Doc.
Oh, no, I'm coming back. I'm
Just
coming back
sometimes
as a
shit
Cation.
happens, right?
What's up, Not your Echo?
Just sometimes shit happens.
Mhm.
But Yeah, I have been in a weird spot.
I sent you a little something extra too, Bubba.
Oh, there was a question I want to ask you, Shadow, because if anyone knows this, it's you. Do you got a copy of Skylords of Jarun?
Maybe.
Do you
Wait,
remember
what's
they advertised it in like the really old Dungeon or Dragon magazines, and like it was like a role-playing game, fantasy, but on an alien world.
it sounds familiar. I've got a lot. Was it like a Fantasy Games Unlimited? Like,
Yeah, it was one of those like, yeah.
hold on, let me see. If I have it, it's right here.
I think I'm gonna have to head off here and find something to eat. I'll see you.
All right, homie. Have a good one.
Take care, Lip. So, what have you been up to, good sir? What have you been doing? Haven't seen you in a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm always streaming when you're at work. Well, we played Legend of the Five Rings last week, and
That's
this
the Japanese one.
yes, we played the first edition, and then this weekend is Vampire, the Masquerade, and then I got to go to a wedding next weekend, or I get to go to a wedding. It depends. Got a few days off cooking because your wife is cooking nice. And then I don't know. We'll see. Like I said in the one video, I did what is your favorite game that you'd want to play all the time, blah, blah, blah. And like the vast majority of the players at my table chose AD&D.
Of course.
Which I'm not going to run, and I've already told them that. I'm not going to run AD&D, but I will run Baptism of Fire or OSE Advanced, something like that. So
It doesn't appear that I do.
okay. So if they're determined to play generic fantasy role-playing game, I can do it, but I'm not running AD&D, especially since two of them chose like second edition, and I'm like, I have never ran AD&D second edition.
It's very much like first edition. There's like a couple of the classes are a little different. But it's largely just a re-edit of first edition.
Right.
And
Yeah,
all the
Griffey of
little
Braxton.
concessions they made to the satanic panic crowd, like there's no demons or devils, that kind of stuff.
Which is
I
so
have
stupid.
War of the Sky Cities. Is that what you're talking about? War of the Sky Cities?
No, it's Jarun.
Jarum? How do you spell that?
Jourune. And on the cover, it showed like a human healing an alien, and the alien was like a really weird looking thing. They like some of them said they didn't care AD&D, but two of them specified. One said first edition or second edition. The other said second edition, and I'm like, the only time I've ever ran anything remotely close to second edition was the one time I allowed Hungar to use the dwarf book from second edition in our first edition game because he really wanted to play a Battle Rage.
Yeah, I just sent him that the complete book of the dwarves last year.
Well,
Because he was going to
I
be in
don't
my
know.
AD&D. He was going to be in my AD&D game, and then he passed. Fucker.
Skits out. Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, he was going through some stuff, so I get it.
clean your room. Yeah, right. That's what I need to do. But
Nice, George.
I got up and took care of.
Yeah, I even looked on eBay and I couldn't find a copy of that. If you can find me a link or something later,
Yeah, I'll
take a look.
send you something about it. It's one of those games that like I saw advertised in a Dragon magazine when I was like 14. And I always thought about it like
Mhm.
that looks like such a cool game, but of course I never, it wasn't like nowadays when you can order stuff and expect to get it within a couple weeks.
Mhm.
I mean, a lot of people aren't old enough to remember when if you would order something in the mail, uh, you know, sometimes it could take months for that
Mhm.
stuff to show up. You know,
6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. I'm actually running a play-by-post game in honor of all the play-by-mail games I never got to play from looking in Dragon Magazine. It's the God Wars. I sent all you guys the video and the
Oh yeah,
invite.
I got to look at that still. I've been running around like a
I
nut.
already got 14 players, and it's just a little something to spend a couple of minutes every week, goofing off.
What's
But,
the rundown on it? Because I haven't gotten a chance to look at it yet.
basically,
that's it. He
you're
says
a god.
Skyrim.
You're a god, and every turn you get 5 actions to build temples and raise armies and do that sort of thing. And you got 5 actions, and make priests and wizards and send them out to do stuff and try to kill off the other players. And it's all anonymous, so nobody will know who anybody is. But there is a roster in my Discord that says who's playing, but not what kingdom or empire they're
Not who
playing
they are.
as. And we've got a lot of good people. Hungar's signed up. Hungar actually called me on the phone, asked me a bunch of questions. Bubba's in it. George is in it. Jackie's going to play. Raven says she's going to play. Omen, all the usuals. So like I said, just a little. Yeah, George is playing. George is doing all the artwork for the rule book, and it's freaking phenomenal. And just to see if I can pull it off.
Oh, cool.
Something that would normally be done as like a computer game now, but I don't know how to do any of that.
Well, back in the day, I remember Dragon Magazine, and I know you know because you've got a lot of them. They would have like play by mail Conan, and
Mhm.
so
and,
you would make the
back
character
then I
look like-
couldn't I couldn't afford the $5 or $10 to get my parents to send a check to some strange group or whatever.
and that
It's-
was the thing. Yeah, it would be like Mid Journey AI, not real art. I may announce my identity to inspire fear amongst my.
yeah, you're not allowed to do that, Bubba. I know he's
But-
just teasing because it has to stay anonymous. If somebody if you like yeah, exactly, a BBS war. If somebody finds out or you tell somebody, you're out of the game. It's got to be
Okay.
anonymous so nobody knows, because if people start knowing who they are, they'll like try to make alliances, or they'll like maybe target someone just because they want to fuck with them. But if you don't know who it is, you're going to play a whole lot differently and more authentic.
See, I can't play that game because you already said Hungar's playing it,
Mm-hmm.
and Hungar is incapable of keeping secrets from me.
Oh, that sucks. I
So if I played the game and Hungar's playing the game, we're going to immediately know who we are and probably gang up on other people.
that sucks, but that's fair. But don't worry, if this one works, when it's over, like in a year or two or whatever, I will do another one because we are going to put the rule book on Amazon
Nice.
as with all George's beautiful art. I'm telling you, it freaking blows my socks off when I see the stuff that he's been
Yeah,
able
he
to
says
create.
it's Mid Journey, not real art. Well, it's real art if you look at it and it makes you think about something.
It does, and it's perfect. It's freaking gorgeous art.
It's
And-
so
and-
amazing, all these people that bitch about AE art and they don't seem to understand that, like, the majority of art you're seeing in modern role-playing books is AI.
Well, not only
You're
that,
gonna
but
spend $50 for this art.
it's not just that; it's the cost. George can make this art, for pennies on the thousands of dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It
that,
takes time
that's
and,
my
and skill.
point. If
Yeah.
you buy a modern Wizards of the Coast D&D book, most of the art in that book is AI.
And Flynn, it's a play by post, as in Discord. If you go into my Discord, if you're not there, find a way to go. Friend me in Discord, and You'll get invited to the server, and there's a special couple of channels where you can find the rules and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have a Discord because I just tried to log on. And I even tried to log on as administrator, and it told me to pound sand.
George, why would you ever try to do that? He had trouble convincing the AI to not make female giants topless. Why would you do that? I mean, if it's tasteful, I'll put it in the book.
Half of my Trench Pilgrim army is topless because the penitent nuns, which are nuns that have been afflicted with the stigmata, a lot of the times, like, they're 100% topless. But
And who doesn't want to see that, you know?
since they're bleeding from their hands and their head and their feet and their side, it's like, whatever, you know? It just makes it more gruesome. Like this one actually cut the helmeted head off and put a head on from Frostgrave miniatures. And then instead of having her topless, I put that scroll on the front with all the, you know, which is that scripture, I'll say, like one of the Psalms. So, you know, but in the game, if you're a Trench Pilgrim, you can have up to 4 penitent nuns. And their whole deal is just to run across the battlefield and kill people because they have been spoken to by a saint or maybe the Big J himself. And now they bear the marks of the stigmata. And, you know, they've been told, go to the battle and, you know, whip some demon ass, you know. And so I think that's kind of cool. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I was talking to one guy and he was talking about blasphemy, but I did a whole video on that, like, because he was arguing that the shrines with the artillery rounds in them, with the cross on the artillery shell.
I heard that, yeah.
And I'm like, you might need to listen to some of that Yugoslavian war music, because there's a Serbian song that literally the point of the song is that their artillery rounds are guided by the hand of God. You know,
I got to admit,
that's not really blasphemous. Now, the Metachrist, the idea that you could actually clone the body of Christ, that's pretty blasphemous.
Yeah.
But luckily, you don't have to play an army that's part of that deal. They actually have armies that don't believe any of that.
I got to admit, if I had someone to game with in person, I'd take a closer look at Trench Crusade. I think Jackie would even like it too, but we both want to be on the same side, you know.
Well, things they say in the rule book, things get weird out in the trenches.
Are you familiar with the old Mutant Chronicles and Warzone games?
Of course I am.
Okay, so has it got that kind of vibe?
It's smaller scale. You only get 10 guys.
Well, that's how Warzone could have been or was.
No, Warzone, I remember having like units of Rangers and Martian Banshees and a Martian Banshee on that flying shark looking.
Mm-hmm. The gray.
I mean, because I played
gray and the purple shark. Well, you know,
but there was
the earlier versions
game that was like a team of, and they could be from any of the factions. You could put your team together to go in and try to defeat the.
Because I played a lot of games of Warzone, Mutant Chronicles, whichever it was, with less than 10 figures.
Right. I still, in one of my drawers or one of my boxes, I still have a whole unit of Capital Rangers. The Capital.
I was a big Bauhaus or Brotherhood player.
Well, I mean, Bauhaus, the Germans, they're cool. They added, in the role-playing game, which I have, they added another faction called the White Star. Mm-hmm. And it's like Tsarist Russia.
Because the new Warzone game is coming out any day now. And I'll have the book in my hot little hands, and I'll use all my old minis because I'm not paying, $20 for a single 3D printed, Warzone miniature. It's like a ridiculous price. What?
A single one costs that much?
Hey, some of the bigger like demons and stuff,
I mean,
but
because you can go on eBay and find them on there for like
nothing, dirt cheap.
nothing.
The
$7
problem,
for a
what the
pack with
problem
those
is
mixers in it.
like a squad of men, like 5 dudes, will be like $40 because they give you a whole bunch of different heads and options, and I'm like, I don't really need that,
Yeah,
Can
I
you
got the
find-
old metal ones that were all like monopose, except each figure was a little different, but they were still,
I'm
And
cool
you
with
would
that.
get 2 or 3 guys in a blister pack. And on eBay, I think I paid like $8.
There's still some things are expensive, some things are dirt cheap. You just got to pick and choose and look around. And I've got about 200 sealed blisters, just
Well,
waiting for the
you've
day
got
that
everything. You don't need anything.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite unit from that game always was, even though I never played it?
Hmm.
The Undead Trooper.
Hmm.
For
Those
the
were
Dark
pretty cool.
Apostles. Just the dude all like rotten and skeletal and zombified with his assault rifle and his helmet on all crooked. I mean, I just really liked the Undead Troopers. I thought they were so cool, but I played Captain.
I was a big
Because
fan
America.
of. I have a crap ton of Dark Legion stuff, but I just love the look of the Brotherhood. That full on sci-fi Catholic. Just
Well,
the
that's what it
rogues and
is, too.
flamers
I mean,
and flamethrowers and chain swords and big shoulder pads and
my brother played the Japanese Mitsuhima.
Tsushima.
Yeah, he played the
I got a ton of them,
Japanese,
too.
so he would have like his samurai and his whatever, and
They had
that
a
was
lot of
cool.
cool. They had a lot of cool suicidal robot troops that I dug on.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
warheads, not the warheads. Were they the warheads, or was that?
Like if you destroy them, they blow up.
Yep.
So they just run at you.
And they had the little like the rice patty hat. The triangle.
Yeah, and a sword. So it's like you can either kill it and it'll blow up, or it'll run up on you and carve you up with the sword. So I mean,
And then
Yeah.
still maybe blow up.
and then still maybe blow up if it's the right
Yeah,
thing. for
but
it
the
to do.
worst thing about that game, the thing I hated the most, the absolute most, drove me up a wall was that Imperial Walker that looked like a Spitfire with legs. You remember that?
Yeah,
That was just retarded. Because literally that's all it was. They took a Spitfire model, chopped down the wings, and threw on some robot legs. And I went, no.
well, the game was made by people from like Sweden or something. They're not
Mhm.
bright.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have some hand painted miniatures painted by one of the creators, a guy named Bob Watts. And if you recall, Big Bob Watts was one of the.
Big Bob Watts was the black dude that
Yep.
had the twin machine guns.
And I've got some miniatures that he personally hand painted, and he was still doing game stuff up until a few years ago. Like, yeah.
Yeah, of course I remember Big Bob Watts. I used him. And then you had the one guy that was like the super charismatic capital dude.
Mitch Hunter.
Yeah. He was like the face, and he had his rifle and shit.
What was his? Thomas Jane, I think, played him
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
Mutant Chronicles movie.
Hey, a movie that has one of my favorite and I consider most underrated actors of all time in it. John
Malcolm.
Malkovich.
Yep.
And John Malkovich's best role is the grandfather in Deadly Code, also called Siberian Dreams.
I really liked him in the Three Musketeers.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's a great actor.
Yeah.
He's like weird, but that makes him interesting.
He's like right up there. Almost, he's like only a hair below Christopher Walken.
For weirdness, yeah, for sure. But in Deadly Code, he plays the grandfather that's the leader of a clan of Siberian criminals that got moved by Stalin and were
I
forced
think
to
I've
live
seen that.
in a city in the south. And they had all these rules. They called themselves the friendly criminals or the honorable criminals.
Mhm.
And their one rule was they never dealt with drugs. They never dealt with the people they called the Black Seed. They were never allowed to become soldiers or anything like that.
Kind of like that channel you and I watch. That Russian guy.
Exactly like that. Exactly like that. His name is Grandfather Kuzia. And then what ends up happening is one of the members of the thing abuses very severely a autistic girl. So Grandfather Kuzia, what's up, RPG Dad? So Grandfather
What's up, man?
Kuzia gives Kolima, which is like his grandson, a switchblade and tells him he has to kill that other dude, even though they were best friends. And as a result, Kolima joins the army because it turns out the guy he wants to kill is hiding in Chechnya. So he joins the army during the Chechen War specifically to hunt down and kill that guy. And he does. And he does. But because he joined the army, he can never go home.
Right.
So he ends up moving to America. And, you know, he writes a letter. He's moving to America. And, you know, don't worry about him. He's got his tattoo skills. And, you know, he'll be fine.
Sounds
Because
like
he gets trained to be a tattoo artist as part of being a member of the Klan because he had artistic aptitude. So John Malkovich sends him to the crazy German actor that played the devil in Constantine, whose nickname in the show is Ink because he's the master of tattoos, to train Kolima to do tattoos. And because they're Russian mobsters, you can read their body and it'll tell you everything you need to know about them. You know, if they have
Don't
scars
fuck them
in
over and
certain
stay the fuck away.
places and- exactly. Like, it's such a great like independent film, and it has some really great. I mean, like I said, it's got that dude who plays the scariest version of the devil ever in Constantine, and it's got John Malkovich and a bunch of other people. And yes, his version of Satan in Constantine is just absolutely creepy. Like when you see the poop or tar or whatever dripping, and then he lands barefooted in the all white suit, and he's all covered in tats everywhere, and he's like almost homoerotic, but not quite. But you know, oh John, we've been waiting for you, John, that fucking crazy guy. I've got a whole carnival of red delights just waiting.
I don't know. Vigo played a pretty creepy Satan as well.
He's number two.
Prophecy.
When she asks, "Are you Jesus?" and he's like, "Jesus loves you. I do not." And he talks
who was
to the guy, and he's
who
like,
was
"Hey,
the one in
remember
that
when you
other
used to-
movie? Oh,
used
God,
to
I can't
jump
remember the
into
name
your
of the
bed,
movie.
used to pray I wasn't under there. I was. It's like, oh my god.
What was that
Vigo
movie? I think it had De Niro in it, and it had that black chick.
Yeah,
One of the
Robert
Cosby.
De Niro was De Niro.
Angel Heart.
Angel
Thank
Heart.
you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That one,
De Niro's just De Niro in everything.
Yeah, I know.
It's like Pacino in the one where he's trying to convince Keanu Reeves to knock up his own sister so they can have. It's like it's Al Pacino. He's good. He's good in everything. He was good in Being John Malkovich, which was actually a what's his name? He was in Grosse Point Blank, John Cusack movie. But there's a bunch of other actors, and they're all in John Malkovich's head.
Yeah.
That's got to be a weird place. But gents, I got to go make burgers. RPG Dad, sorry I couldn't hang.
You're fine.
We'll hang out sometime. But all you guys check out the thing. Have a great weekend, guys. I'm gonna go eat some burgers.
Take care, Shadow.
Yep, we're going.
Jewel, you get sent. I didn't see the actual rules there. How does this work?
There's a link in my Discord channel that says rules. There's a link to the document.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
We will be playing, I
Later,
think, tomorrow night some Vampire.
The Vampire.
Yeah, 5th edition, which I used to hate until I realized that I loved it.
Yeah. I still got my 2nd edition and 3rd edition books.
I used to love until I realized that 5e actually does something better than they do. and believe it or not, it's the blood dice.
Really?
Which, when the first time I played the game for like 6 months straight, I hated it. And so the person who run the game ended up converting it to second edition. And then like a year later, I was reading the book again, and I realized I was totally wrong. The blood dice are absolutely an amazing mechanic, and playing Vampire without them is pretty useless.
Now, is it more like offering more advantage to the roll?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the thing is, in second edition, if you want to burn some celerity, you just X off some blood, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
depending on your generation, you could have like 15. So who cares, right?
Yeah.
But in 5th edition, because you're using blood die, every time you use a discipline, you roll a rouse check. And if you fail it, you gain a point of hunger, and you can have up to 5, right? Well, what happens is every time you do anything that requires a die roll, except for a willpower check, you add a number of hunger dice in, replacing. So it's almost like Aliens, how you add the adrenaline dice or whatever. And the problem is, if they just get successes, they're just successes. But if they show up as skulls or crit successes and you get 2 of them, then your character does something really bad.
Like,
and it represents the fact that the hunger is always right there.
Yeah.
And so I learned to love it because it forces you to role play.
Last time I played Vampire, we were playing Requiem.
Yeah, not wrong with Requiem. I mean, if you want to play like, Dark Ages, it's fine.
Oh, this was like after like the old World of Darkness had ended.
And that's the new one where they made the
Bruja
subclass of the
it was like
all that.
about 20 years ago. So
yeah. I remember not being a huge fan of that one, but mainly because I probably felt insulted about what they did with the Bruja.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Like when they started calling them the Bruja. And I'm like, dude, I have the 1st edition clan books. Don't argue with me. I know what their name is. They have a pronunciation guide in the book.
I didn't like they did away with the whole Cain and Lilith thing.
Yeah, they made it dumb. But Mulholland Falls, Not Your Echo, just all around was a good movie.
Yeah.
For Russian movies, I recently rewatched again Vikings, which is the story of Vladimir the Great of the House of Rurik. Of course, you gotta watch it either dubbed or subtitled. But man, that's a great movie, and it's like it's historical. It's the 9th century.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the House of Rurik is actually a Danish or Swedish house, but they rule Russia because the Kievan Rus, and it goes into him fighting with his brothers and fighting with the Penichegs, which were basically like Mongolians before the Mongolians showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the Mongolians showed up, the Penichegs just got freaking absorbed into the horde and become them.
Yeah.
Because they were just Asiatic steppe barbarians, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes into how he ends up marrying the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire's sister and converting all of Russia to Christianity. But there's a lot of bloodshed in that movie, man. That is a bloody movie. And Vladimir, before he repented, was not a nice guy.
Wow.
Not the nicest human being. I mean, there's a point where he gets insulted by the daughter of this man that he was trying to woo.
Yeah.
So he declares war on the guy, burns his whole shit down, forces the mom and dad to watch as he beds their daughter, and then cuts their throats. And then takes her as his wife, because apparently that's how the Vikings did shit.
Well, not a lot going on in the 9th century. You got to entertain yourself somehow.
You got to do stuff. And then, of course, he goes to war with his brother, Yurov Polk, and who was the ruler of Kiev. And it's all because Vladimir's mother was a servant, a Slav. But they had the same father. But then that meant a lot of the Vikings hated him because they said he was a half breed and the son of a slave. So they would never want to follow him.
Yeah.
So anyway, like I said, it's on YouTube for free. It's a
Okay.
great movie. It's a great
Is
movie.
this?
Acting is great. Everything's great.
What's this called?
The Vikings. And you know you got the right movie if it's all like Russian titles and shit.
Okay, cool.
And they have another one which is about the men that resisted one of the Khans from the Golden Horde, and they all died to the last.
Mhm.
But they fought so bravely that the Mongolian Khan had them all buried as heroes because of how hardcore these like 100 men were, you know, like 100 dudes on a hilltop against the entire Golden Horde. Of course, they're all going to die. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
100 guys ain't going to beat 10,000 Mongolians, but they were so badass that the Mongolian Khan was just like, God damn, these guys, you know. I mean, he did burn Kiev to the ground, though. The whole point of the
who
battle
hasn't
was-
done that?
Huh?
Who hasn't done that?
Right. The whole point
I
of
don't
the
know what
battle
you're talking
was
about, Doc.
to
That
give
never
the
happened.
people in Kiev enough time to escape before the horde showed up to burn it to the ground. So, and I guess they all ran to Novgorod, which was kind of super far north, and had kind of a agreement to pay tithe to the Mongolians. So the Mongolians never burnt Novgorod down.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
and
right
yet
back
I
to the-
still cannot convince my players to play Baptism of Fire.
Why?
Because they said when they play role-playing games, they're trying to escape reality. And Baptism of Fire is set in a historical but somewhat fantastical Kiev and Rus in Poland. So,
wow.
you know,
See?
the church exists. The
But-
actual people who live,
Yeah.
like Vladimir, is in that game.
But every fantasy game has some root in reality. So I wouldn't even think twice about it. Be like, okay, we're playing Baptism Fire. Cool. All right.
We're going to end up playing Old School Essentials Advanced in Greyhawk.
Okay.
Greyhawk's cool. I miss Greyhawk. Had a lot of fun.
I've never played in Greyhawk.
Greyhawk is my favorite pre-written like fantasy world from TSR.
No.
And we will play specifically in the Sheldamar Valley, which is where the 3 Olics are, and Keoland and all that. Because, like I said in my one video, when I was a member of Living Greyhawk like 20 years ago,
Mhm.
depending on which state you were from, it was what country in Greyhawk you were affiliated with.
Yeah.
And Florida is the Sheldamar Valley. You know, and Kentucky is Killand or Nyrand. So I had the choice. But I like the Sheldamar Valley. It's like just it's a good area. Did you like Kingdom of Heaven? There were parts of it I thought were amazing.
Yeah, that was a movie that had a lot of potential. It didn't quite
It-
rise up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the one part where he's out there and then the one Arab guy's like, the army of Jerusalem has come. And you see the cross coming, and then King
Oh, yeah.
Baldwin rides forward and
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, and they have the talk. And Saladin's like, oh, we'll leave. And also, if you wish, I'll send you one of my doctors. And
Yeah.
Baldwin was like, you know, thank you. And there's a reason for that. A lot of people don't know, but I do, and I'll tell you because I love to tell people things. Saladin believed in his heart that Jerusalem would never fall as long as King Baldwin ruled.
I can see that.
Because when King Baldwin was 16, Saladin had attempted to invade the Holy Land,
Mhm.
and Baldwin and his forces, outnumbered 10-1, crushed him
Yeah.
and almost killed Saladin. He barely escaped. And so Saladin, after he fled to Egypt to kill one of his brothers who was trying to take over the caliphate, he had that in his mind that no one will ever be able to take the Holy Land as long as Baldwin is the king of Jerusalem. But unfortunately, the leprosy eventually killed him.
Yeah.
What's up, GM Cody? How you doing, homie?
Hey, Cody.
Hey, Cody, what's up?
Yeah, that's one of my fellow Appalachians right there.
Yeah, that movie picked the wrong villain. First of all, like he was just kind of pointless and stupid. The Templar Knight guy, I can't remember his
Yeah.
name. He
Guy,
was just
whatever.
yeah. It was they should have made the princess the bad guy.
Uh,
That would have been interesting. But he was just like foppish and
Oh,
stupid. and-
Baldwin's sister.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The other thing was how
he was a weak villain.
it was at that time, though, that movies went through and sometimes still do, where under no circumstances will they ever depict the Islamic side of the Crusades as bad.
Yeah,
Because sometime back in the 90s, someone's, rewrote history and tried to make it out like it was Christian aggression, despite the fact that the Muslims had invaded the Christian land 700 plus times before the First Crusade. I mean, people seem to forget Constantinople at that time was part of the Islamic Empire, right?
there are things. Even the actual invasion into the Holy Land, it was the Muslims that deliberately provoked it because they
Right.
figured they'd be able to destroy the Christian armies in the desert, and then they would just because they had been trying to invade Europe for centuries at that point.
Oh
They
yeah, the
sold out
Ottomans had
to
invaded
Sicily and Spain.
Yeah,
They're like, okay, we'll bring them here. They won't know how to fight here. They'll have their supply line stretched. We'll crush them, and then we'll just have an open door into Europe.
Right.
If you start a fight with somebody and get your ass kicked, that doesn't make you a victim.
no. People seem to forget they literally invaded Austria twice. And if you look at a map of the world, Austria is nowhere near the Arab Peninsula.
Yeah.
They invaded France once, but Charles the Hammer Martel put a beating on them and sent them packing. Eating dinner after Bear's game. Oh, Bear just ran his heroic or
Codex Albana. He was running today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I wonder what they're going to do with that game now that Cody's character is out of eyes to gouge out.
Codex Albana. That sounds like Castles and Crusades. Codex Albana. Is that Castles and Crusades?
What is
yeah,
he
they
running
use the
in?
codex. Yeah.
Is he running it in BRP?
He's
Can't remember.
It's BRP now because it originally started in Palladium Fantasy
Because
when it started like
Castles and
year
Crusades
ago.
also has Codex Slavinica or whatever, which is like their big book on the Slavic.
It's they have the Codex book, which I have like a couple of those. I have like Codex the Slavorum and the
Slavorum.
North.
Yeah.
I like the Slavorum one.
Oh yeah.
I just got it because it's got a witch hunter class in it.
Oh,
Oh, great. He grows new eyes now, so he can just do this all the time.
Opposable eyes.
Do you have like
Using
a
BRP.
bag full of eyeballs?
Oh, and now I'm thinking like Minority Report.
BRP is an awesome rule set. I like it.
I was starting to get the hang of it, a little bit when we were playing. And
Rule set is called Cthulhu.
Yeah, I was sad that game died. That was getting interesting.
I was like, I'm still 100% into that one because it's Sunday and I had time. And then I think one of our players just couldn't do it. He had other things going on.
Well, Castles and Crusades is actually a pretty good game if you're just looking. I mean, it's D&D. The only thing it does different is you pick like 3 attributes, and then you get bonuses when you do skill
You got
checks.
your primary attributes and your secondary attributes, and depending on which attribute you're using at the time is how you determine your difficulty for the roll.
Yeah, the bonus or whatever. Or no, you're right. Difficulty. It's like if it's primary, you need to beat a 12.
12, and it could be a difficulty level added to it.
Right.
Or if it's your primary, then it's 18. So, or you can kind of reverse it a little bit, but it's like just adding a +6 or a +4 or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but I like the other way, the original intention of it.
Well, I cheated when I ran Castles and Crusades. Is I ignored the siege system and just had everybody roll under attributes for everything
Yeah.
because I love that. It was an AD&D first edition thing. OSC Advanced uses it,
Yeah.
and it's like when in doubt,
Whip it
roll a
out.
die 20 and try to get underneath an attribute, which means you have to force the players to actually roll their attributes right. Otherwise, everybody's got a 9% chance of doing everything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed CNC. Yeah, CNC is a great game. It's a
I
great
pick
game.
it up because it's very compatible with like basic fantasy role playing.
CNC is super compatible with like AD&D,
It's a lot of things. Yeah.
PSR, like any of that. I
Yeah.
mean, and on top of that, Chenault and what's his name are actually really straight up bros.
Oh, Steven Davis?
It's one's Davis and one's Chenault.
No, that's Chenault's their last name. It's Steven and Davis Chenault.
Okay, well then those two guys are straight up bros.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're
just
bros.
got this.
I've seen like I like Dungeon Crawl Classics. Okay, my players hated it.
The printing of the book was done really badly. It's like right into the margins.
Oh, yeah.
So I wish that didn't do that. But it's an interesting game. The spell failures are very interesting.
You would think that Magic users would love that game. The players in my campaign who played Magic users are the reason we stopped playing that game.
Oh, really? What did they just whine?
They
too much
hated
about?
the fact that the spells were so random.
Well, I can see.
And I'm
that.
like, yeah, but you could roll a magic missile with a 1 mile range auto hit that does 4 die 12. And they're like, I don't care. I don't like that. So then we ended up going to OSC Advanced, and they're like, yep, this is the one.
Yeah, but then you end up with some kind of mutation that happens because you use too much
If you
mana.
roll a 1, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
One of the players in our DCC game, he got the mutation where like his left leg was like 6 inches longer than his right leg. So he had to buy like a platform shoe. Otherwise, he'd be like hopping on it. Yeah, DCC, when I played the game, I ignored the dice and just used AD&D bonuses and penalties. I ignored the whole, you get a bonus to hit, so instead of rolling a die 20, roll a die 24.
Yeah.
Like, get out of here.
You can run it pretty much like AD&D if you want, or basic.
Well, I run everything like AD&D. That's my problem.
Yeah.
If it's a fantasy role-playing game, I run it like AD&D. As a matter of fact, with OSC Advanced, I still use proficiencies from the Wilderness and Dungeoneer Survival Guide.
Yeah, okay.
I do. But I convert the thief skills to all function on dice 6. No percentile thief skills.
Okay.
Which is an optional rule in the books. Here's the compendiums for the game, but I have the box sets too. And I would tell anybody, if you're going to buy anything Old School Essentials, buy Advanced because it has all the basic rules in it.
I was going to buy physical copies of it. I ended up getting the PDFs of those, but I found like just the original Old School or Essentials book in a game store, like sitting in a bookshelf. I'm like, I'm gonna grab that. So. But,
yeah, the game came about originally. It was called BX something or other. And it originally came about because the creator was just like making indexes and whatever for his D&D game.
Yeah, I have all those PDFs still. You can't find them on drive-through anymore. It was BX Essentials, as was originally called.
Yeah, BX Essentials. That's what it was. Yeah. But I've got the player's tome, the DM's tome, and then I've got a couple of the box sets with the little books.
Yeah.
And if we end up playing that, I mean, the players will be happy because they've already got like level 6 characters from our last campaign. And I'd give them the option to just pick up where they left off,
Yeah.
Which was in Greyhawk, but I believe they were actually at the city of Greyhawk. Because in my Greyhawk world, there are 3 brothers who are all wizards, and they're triplets, and their names are they all rhyme. I'd have to find my notebook, And they all specialize in whatever they specialize in, but they have the teleport spell. So the players made friends with them and did jobs for them. So then anytime they need to go from Shudmar Valley to the Perrinland to Greyhawk, they can always go find one of these three brothers and ask to be teleported, but they can only be teleported to one of his brother's houses.
Okay.
And those guys were really cool, and they ended up helping them out when they finished White Plume Mountain, because of course Black Razor and the Trident of Poseidon and all that were screwing the party up pretty bad, and like the cleric was like, she was basically being forced to convert to the worship of the sea god. Otherwise, the Trident was killing her. And of course, Black Razor's always like, hey, you should be killing everybody all the time because every time you kill somebody, you get hit points equal to the amount of hit points you took from them. I mean, it don't last for a long time, but so if you go on a killing spree, your 6th level, 7th level character could end up with like hundreds of hit points because you just ran through town killing them.
Committing genocide.
Of course, the negative is now you're evil. Good job. But they did that. They only had a couple people die, and they beat White Plume Mountain. And they ended up turning all the artifact weapons over to the Magisters in Greyhawk, who put them in vaults beneath the castle Greyhawk so that they would not affect the world anymore.
Yeah. And
they may have actually killed Warduke during that part of the campaign. But he'll come back.
An established character? Oh my gosh.
I got to run, guys. I got to go eat. I will catch you later.
Well, you have to remember, though, one of Warduke's allies was that evil cleric.
Yeah.
And in Greyhawk, unlike my homebrew campaign world, I mean, resurrection exists. So she can raise dead his ass or something, bring him back. Because he was a member of an adventuring party. It was, and 3 of them were evil: Warduke, the wizard, and the cleric. And Warduke's best friend was Strongheart, who became a paladin, or was a paladin.
Yeah.
But then when they did that adventure, it brought out their deepest emotions, and Warduke basically become an evil bastard.
Yeah.
So, I'm a Warduke fanboy. I've got 3D printed Wardukes all over the place, and I bought the actual.
It's sad as. Oh yeah.
Warduke.
Yeah. It's sad as I've been playing for almost 30 years, but it's like on and off, and my knowledge of any kind of lore on all that stuff is still, there's a lot of gaps. So, I guess I'm just not hardcore into, researching, but I just kind of go with the flow of a game. So
I know what I know about Warduke because I have the Shady Dragon Inn.
Okay.
Book, and Warduke's in it.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's all statted out and everything in there, and it talks about I think the wizard he hangs out with sometimes name is like Kelric or something like that, or whatever, and then the evil cleric he hangs out with, and then of course Strongheart, who was part of their original group, hangs out with Elkhorn the dwarf and another good character. And then, of course, there's an evil half-orc assassin that was always part of that. Yeah. And how they become a group is so lame. Basically, some Chinese company put out PVC D&D action figures that were like yay tall. And all the figures they put out was that group.
Oh.
So then someone at TSR or something created a background. And of course, that's back when half-orcs were actually smaller than humans and really ugly.
Yeah.
Because orcs are actually smaller than humans.
Yeah.
But some cool things in DCC. Yeah, there's some cool things, but
Yeah.
I mean, what's his name? Bob the World Builder seems to have given up 5e to play DCC, so good for him.
Yeah. He's big on that. Yeah, I picked up a copy at Gen Con about a couple of years ago for $10. So
Yeah, it's not expensive. The soft cover one you can still buy cheap as shit, under $20 probably.
yeah.
The hardcover might be a little bit more, but
Yeah.
and the game has not changed. They keep doing reprints, but it's the same damn game. It's like CNC. Castles and Crusades, they might be on their 19th reprint, but the game has not actually ever, there's no additions.
No.
You just play Castles and Crusades.
Yeah, you could.
I've got a first printing player's book, and I've got the 3 homage cover books because I mean they're beautiful.
I think there's what they've said. There's some slight differences. Like if you had a first printing, I think there's slight differences compared to like a 5th printing.
Yeah, they tell you right up front.
Yeah, it's
Like
not.
they adjusted a class a certain way, or they minor shit.
Yeah, it's very minor.
And this one, I don't even know how long Old School Essentials has been out, and there's only one edition, OSE. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean you had the BX, of course, like you said.
Yeah.
But this has been out. First copyright 2000. So
Really?
this is not as old as I thought it was.
Hmm.
Oh no, it's saying it was released under the thing in 2000.
Okay.
So who knows
I would
when
say
it
it's
was
at least-
actually.
I want to say it's at least 10 years. I want to say OSE is almost 10 years.
I'll tell you what, there's so little writing in these books, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
It's like you open it up and it's just charts, and like if you look at the spells, every spell is like paragraph at most.
Yeah.
It's like magic missile does this, boom, done. Move on with your life.
Exactly.
And I love that, man. Creating new spells, the spell lists. I like the fact that most characters cap out at like level 14, which is great, And when we made our characters for this, I used the alternate rule where I tuck away level caps for demi-humans, but that means that anyone playing a human gets +1 con, +1 charisma, and anytime they roll hit die, they get to roll 2 dice and pick the one they want.
Okay.
So humans actually get advantages too.
Yeah.
And of course, most of the group play humans, except
Yeah.
for a couple of gnomes, because
Yeah. I used to play like when I started playing, it was like I was playing like a half elf or a human. I think I just went straight humans just eventually after a long time. Even in 5e, I would still play human. I was like, I don't care about this, your Tabaxi, Witch Lord Bruiser, whatever the hell it is. I just play human.
I don't know if you're saying Ola or Hala.
Hala. Hola. I said hola.
I know.
Down in Holler.
Hola.
Two L's if it was hala.
Yeah.
Unless I was Spanish, and then it'd be
Hola.
Hoya.
Hola.
No, two L's would be Hoya.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it should have been, Hola, amigo, ¿cómo estás? And then I would have been like, así at 2, and you could be like, bien.
Donde eres biblioteca?
Where's the library? Donde es dollar? That's where's the pain? Because where I worked as a firefighter is majority Hispanic. So when you run on an abuela, she will claim to speak no English, but that's a lie. They all do. But they'll say no hable. So then you use pidgin Spanish the best you can, and if that don't work, you treat them like they're unconscious, and you just do whatever you would do if they were unconscious. But if you're an idiot like someone I worked with, you're leaning over an abuela saying, "I wish these people would just learn English." Blah blah blah. And the day after she gets out of the hospital, she immediately goes to the chief and gets your ass fired.
Ouch.
Because she does know English. but they like to play that game. But let me tell you something. In schools in Puerto Rico, English is a course that every single one of them has to take for like the whole time they're in school. Every person
Anyway,
from Puerto Rico.
how's your day going otherwise?
But then they'll act like they don't.
How's your day going otherwise?
Oh no, that's funny. That shit never bothered me because I listened to what the chief that talked to me a lot when I went through Fire Academy told me. Anytime you're with a patient, pretend that your mom is standing over your left shoulder and the chief is over your right. And don't do anything that would disappoint either of them. And I got that shit to heart. That's like so. So I never got in trouble ever. But some people are idiots. They take the job for. It's like they're on the job a year or two and they think that they deserve the job, and then they do stupid shit and get fired. Because no, you don't deserve the job. No one does. But anyway, we were talking about role-playing games. I was showing off OSE. I did a little in my actual personal game group chat. What game do you want to play? And then they all mostly said AD&D or AD&D second edition, which isn't going to happen. But I would consider OSC advanced. And RPG Dad was basically just listening to me ramble on like a monkey, really.
Monkey.
I am just chattering like a freaking capuchin over here.
Well, I'll indulge you.
It's a Kentucky thing. The happier I am, the faster I speak.
I just stopped in to say hi.
Yeah, we were just hearing from somebody about the game you ran in Albania or something.
Codex Alabama.
With BRP rules.
Yes.
Yeah. People were talking about it. They're saying that, like one of the guys said, I just came from
Cody was talking to you about it,
yeah.
Yep.
That's like cool. I like BRP.
Well, we had a good game today. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think Cody said he lost some eyes but regrew them or something.
Yeah, he did. His character carved. So many sessions back, his character was using his magic sight to spy on the Witch Queen of Brooka. So she reached through the magic and plucked out his eye. For some reason, Cody decided that meant his character later would carve out his other eye and just rely on his magic sight. Okay, creepy but weird. Tonight he
Kind of cool though.
Well, yeah, but tonight he was battling another witch, and he drained all of her power and life out of her. But he also was getting a boost from the allies of these other witches that he had met in the course of the campaign. So he just basically removed her from existence, and all of that power caused his eyes to regrow. Except they're purple, and they glow a little bit now. And he now has magic sight as well as normal sight at all times.
Thanks.
So fun for him.
That is
Everyone's like,
a cool little thing. You know what I mean?
Everyone's taking bets for how long it's going to take for him to carve one of his eyes out again.
Look at that. You know what's funny about that? And I know it's not something, it's related to something you're not super interested in, but it's related to what you're talking about.
Okay.
This guy right here.
Odin.
Nope. He is it looks like Odin. He is a sniper priest, right? They work for the forces of heaven, Christ, right?
Okay.
And so they carve their eyes out and they rely on the voice of God to help them aim their sniper rifles, which for some damn reason makes them super accurate. Because literally, when they're aiming the sniper rifle downrange at a demon or something, they hear God in their head telling them a little to the left. You're on. But they have no eyes. They take their own eyes out. Isn't that some effed up stuff? And I guess that's what Cody's doing over here. He's like, I use my magic powers. So I don't
Well,
need
the magic kind of like they've crossed a new threshold in the campaign to where things are getting fucking intense now, and magic's ratcheting up, and old things are awakening, and they're trying to survive. It's fun.
Well, those old things, not fun.
The
Not
old
good guys
powers,
most of the time.
when the old powers awaken, they awaken.
Yeah, I watched this channel called the Vermis Mysterium, and this guy does a lot of Cthulhu stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he takes things that aren't Cthulhu stuff and makes them Cthulhu stuff.
Okay.
And the latest video he released was on Bahamut or Baphomet. I mean,
Yeah, Baphomet,
the
yeah.
the Templar god. And so it's a 12-minute video. And by the end of it, he explains that Baphomet is actually Nyarlathotep. He does one on the Voiditch book or whatever, that weird book. Turns out in his storyline, that's the Necronomicon. It's just written in this weird cipher. And then the other one is, I think I told you this one, the Johnny Depp, the Book of the Nine Gates.
Yes.
Oh, he did a whole thing on that thing too.
Nice.
It's part of the Cthulhu lore now, and because he did this whole thing, how you open the gates and the ninth gate leads you to Yog-Sothoth or some shit, who is the gate and the key and blah, blah, blah.
Neat.
And he does all kinds of weird shit. Like he talks about Amartha and the Thulian bullshit, but he makes it all Cthulhu. Like by the time he's done with the thing, he's explained how it fits into the actual mythos.
Right.
It's really interesting. Like I said, De Vermis, whatever, which is the Book of the Worm in Latin. This dude's got so many videos, and they're all really good if you're into Cthulhu lore shit. Like he explains the Tunguska explosion in Siberia, which was apparently some cultists trying to summon Yog-Sothoth and messing up real bad. He explains the hikers that died at the Dantalev Pass, what happened there.
I love, yeah.
It's all like stuff you wouldn't even think could be mythos stuff. He makes mythos stuff, which is kind of, if like I said, if you like H.P. Lovecraft, you'll love his channel.
I'm indifferent to H.P. Lovecraft, to be honest.
Which is so weird since you love the system they designed specifically for.
It's a great system.
It's
a great system.
Yeah. I mean, you're injured? Well, now you got to roll skill, but only a half.
So my relationship to H.P. Lovecraft is much like my relationship to Jesus. I don't have any problem with him. It's his fans who annoy me.
You know what? Some of them can be whatever, and I might even be one of those guys on occasion.
No, you're fine.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of both. Obviously, the J-Man's number one for me. But when it comes to literature, it's R.E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith. And then probably Lord Dunsany. I mean, Tolkien's got to be in there, but he's in his own category. Tolkien's it's like when I think Tolkien, I think literature, like high literature, like, true art, But if I'm talking like reading books, it's, the classic pulp guys.
Yeah.
Mostly. Except for Moorcock. I cannot get into it. And I've actually read it. I forced myself to read the first 2 books about Elric. And I was still like, I just don't care. I just don't give a shit.
Elric is difficult to read, to be honest.
And it's so weird because fans of Elric are hardcore, dude. They're like cultists.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, what do you mean you didn't like it? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I mean, I thought, I'd much rather read Fritz Lieber and read about, the Grey Mouser and frickin' Fafnir, or however you say it.
Fafford.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I'm all like, I just don't care. I don't know why.
That's fair.
It's not horrible. I just don't care. Like, I like Jack Vance's stuff, Dying Earth. I thought that was really cool. A lot of his stories there are really cool. Like that one wizard monster thing that has the cloak made out of eyeballs. I thought that was kind of creepy.
Never read Jack Vance ever.
And anytime he kills somebody, he takes their eyes to add to his cloak or some shit. Speaking of people losing eyes, Cody.
Yeah, seriously.
And in AD&D, you have the cloak of whatever, which has got all the eyes on it. And if a wizard wears it, it gives them all this freaking vision and everything. So, because I mean, Gygax was a Jack Vance fanboy big time. He loved that guy. So Cody loves Elric, but isn't a huge fan of Vance. See, it is what it is.
Are you seeing something? I'm not. I don't think I have the chat scrolling anymore because I didn't see Cody say anything.
He just said I feel that way about Jack
Yeah,
Vance.
the chat's in Restream's not scanned.
Yeah, because I think I stopped like about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, fuck, I'm missing all kinds of conversation. God damn it.
Well, don't worry though. I'll tell you.
Well,
So
you're not gonna
Cody
tell me
is an Elric fan.
We could have been
So
talking
is Shadow.
this
You
whole
and
time.
Shadow
No.
freaking had all the conversation about how BOC is the greatest band to ever exist and Elric is awesome.
Okay.
I like BOC, but I'd much rather listen to like Stilly Dan.
Are you ringing in the thieves?
Yeah, ruining the years.
Yeah.
Or go back and do it again. Starts out with the bongos and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steely Dan is one of those bands whose name implies a completely different style of music than what they actually played.
Well, they described themselves as the anti-hippies back in the 60s.
No.
Because I guess before the 60s, they were kind of like beatniks. And then when the hippie movement hit, they were like, fuck all these hippies. They hated them. So while the hippies were doing hippie music, they were doing freaking Bodhisattva and Back in My Old School and Hey 19.
Hey 19.
Yeah. No, we can't talk at all.
Yeah, like, dude, like,
Yeah.
what? Like,
Kid Chameleon, man.
how the fuck do you do a song about fucking a young girl and doing coke? You know what I mean? Oh, it's the 70s.
And that's
that's
that is their whole thing. The Cuervo Gold.
The
That
fine
fine
Colombian.
Colombian.
It's like, what? And as a kid, I didn't know what the fuck fine Colombian
It's like
was.
all of their songs are that though. Like Deacon Blue, he literally says, I'm quitting my job. I'm going to go to the bookie and cover bets, learn to play the sax, hang out in bars playing the sax, and then die behind the wheel because I'm just going to drink a lot. That is the whole song. It's like, I'm going to hang out in bars drinking scotch and probably die from drunk driving, but I'll play sax. And he talks about like not living in the city and making love to these women, languid and bittersweet. And then in one, he talks about banging chicks that come up from, fine young things that from Boston or whatever, and all that shit. It's like, and of course, Stilly Dan is from the On the Road novel, I think, and it was the sex toy of the woman that the two guys stayed the night with. She called her vibrator Stilly Dan.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
What's his name? Farragut or Vergut or anyway, he lived in Orlando for a little while, but he did all the traveling around and he wrote a whole thing about just traveling around America doing stupid shit. He's kind of a beatnik type guy. Hey, Shark, what up? Semper Fi, my Marine brother. Even though I was Army, but I always say that. What was his name? Vonnegut? Vonnegut, I think. Yeah, that's where they get Stilly Dan. Yeah, because of course, both of the main guys in Stilly Dan were into all of that alternative,
Yeah.
Yeah. And they hated hippies, though. You can look up interviews where they talk about it. They're like, these free love scumbags. I mean, they hated hippies.
You know what's really interesting? Most people hated fucking hippies, and with good reason.
Yeah. And they considered their band to be the anti-hippie movement.
Fair.
But think about the guitar solo in Do It Again, too. Like, that is an amazing guitar solo. You know, it's like you go back, check, and do it again. And then at a point, it starts out with dun, 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 and the guy's just freaking getting down on it. Another one I love is Jerry Rafferty. I love
Really?
Jerry Rafferty.
No.
Even when he was in Stillersville.
Well, I don't know how I'll get you tonight.
Yeah, that was Jerry Rafferty.
I got a feeling that something ain't right.
Me and my buddy Bill, that used to be our theme song whenever we rode together at the fire department.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, clowns to the left of us, jokers
Jokers to the right. Here I am.
Because
Well, you started off with nothing,
Putting
and
out-
you find that you're a self-made man. Wow. Like, fuck, man, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
good
watching
stuff.
Reservoir now.
What's that? Sorry? Yeah, yes,
What?
Reservoir Dogs, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I just he's a good guy. But I like a lot of weird music. Like I like what's his name? Dr. Hook.
I fucking love Dr. Hook.
Like Season of the Witch, his version I think is the best version.
I prefer Donovan. I like Donovan's.
Well, that
But I
was okay,
absolutely-
you know.
I
Hell,
absolutely love
Atlantic.
Baby Makes Her Blue Jeans Talk. That song is amazing, and the video is off the fucking chain. It's so funny. Just the two of them walking behind this chick looking at her ass and her jeans for the whole video, singing the song. It's like, fuck these guys. But I gotta say, Freaking at the Freakers Ball,
Freaking at the Freakers
Their
Ball.
best fucking song. God damn, that song's good.
He actually was a member of they showcased them, but they're an actual band in Blues Brothers Part 2,
Oh, yeah?
the Louisiana Alligator Band.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
He's in it, and like the lead guitarist is what's his name? BB King or whatever.
Okay,
The one that did How Blue Can You Get?
don't know.
I've been downhearted, baby, ever since the day we met. That guy.
Okay.
And I mean, like Travis Tritt is in the band. Basically, they got all these guys, like 20 of them, and they made a giant blues band. And they
Wow.
called it the Louisiana Alligator Band or Boys.
No,
And like, you know,
I don't remember that. I've only saw that
okay,
movie.
if you ever saw Blues Brothers,
Okay, the Louisiana Gators boys are Jeff Skunk Baxter, Gary U.S. Bonds, Eric Clapton, Clarence Clemens, Jack DeJohnette, Bo Diddley. That's who you're thinking
Bo,
of, probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
John Faddis, Isaac Hayes, Dr. John, which is from Dr. Hook, I believe. B.B. King, Tommy Pipes McConnell, Charlie Musselwhite, Billy Preston, Lou Rawls, Joshua Redmond, Paul Schaefer, Coco Taylor, Travis Tritt, Jimmy Vaughn, Grover Washington Jr., Willie Weeks, and Steve Winwood. I love Steve Winwood.
Yeah. Your love is like a fire, and my love is like a cigarette. Right. That's the song. How blue can you get? Because I think the one it's BB King or whatever when he's talking about, I gave you 7 children, and now you want to give them back. I've been downhearted, baby, ever since the day we met. Yeah. That's a great thing. The hippies in America were protesting the wrong war. Yeah. Yeah. They I don't know what they were doing, but thank God my mom was never part of that shit. She was at
So
university.
there's a lot of belief that the hippie movement was actually a CIA creation.
I wouldn't doubt it. All the LSD and shit. We know the CIA was involved with the LSD and all that.
George Bush Sr. owned the company that produced it, by the way.
Right.
Is that
It's
they
kind of
think-
like how they gave all those black
Pop-
dudes. What disease did they give them? At Tuskegee.
Syphilis.
Yeah. And then they were also dosing them up on LSD and shit.
Oh yeah, crazy shit.
Tuskegee
Crazy.
experiments. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. Like, if Americans would actually pay attention to the shit the CIA has done to Americans, like, holy fuck, you know. And now with the Kennedy stuff coming out, and we're seeing that, you know, there's a little bit of like, and the CIA was involved, and the Russians were involved. It's like, fuck.
Well, they had to get rid of JFK because he wanted to put the dollar back on the gold standard.
Yeah, and also he and Khrushchev were talking. Was it Khrushchev or Brezhnev? Whatever. He and the Soviet leader were talking in back channels outside of the public forum about disarming both sides to bring the nuclear threat to an end.
Right. So he had to go because
he had
the
to go.
military-industrial complex wouldn't have known what to do if we didn't have forever wars to fight.
Well, it's really interesting when he fires Dulles, and then Dulles is the head of the fucking Warren Commission.
Right. Right.
No, that's not suspicious. No, not one bit.
I think one of Elon's super nerds recently, this is not politics really, but found out that there are CIA black sites in America.
Yeah, I believe it.
Because it was part of the US ADE thing or something. And they're like, the CIA is never ever supposed to, according to their own charter, function in the United States. They're supposed to be external. But apparently they've been doing whatever they want to do.
Wow, there's a shock.
Yeah, that's true. Not your echo. When they, well, you're talking about shooting them up, but I'm talking about you're in a trench, they detonate an atomic bomb, and then they give you a whistle blow, and you get out of the trench and march towards ground zero, and you're in the army, and you think that all those dudes aren't going to die of weird cancers.
My uncle's brother was in the British Navy, and he was one of the crew on the ships that they put down near when the UK was testing on islands and detonating bombs in the water and shit like that. And he died of like horrific cancer later in life, right? And there was a huge, massive lawsuit, and the British government wound up having to pay his kids like millions of pounds to settle the thing and get it all done. Like, it was crazy.
I mean, just because they consider you property of the government doesn't mean that they're allowed to kill you.
Well, that's what they tend to think, though, right?
Well, when I was in the Gulf, they tried to give us PB tablets. They called them PB tablets, and they're little white pills. They came in a little like a Z-Pack thing.
Yeah.
You're supposed to take them like every day, like twice a day. And when I took them, they always made me really dizzy. But they told us if we took them, they would make us immune to sarin gas. So me and the rest of the guys in my unit, we're like, we're not taking this, which was literally, we could have been, Article 15, court-martialed, something for that. But it turned out I came home without Gulf War syndrome. A lot of dudes came home from the Gulf War and all their teeth fell out and their hair fell out and they have all these hardcore problems. It's like, well, maybe it's because you were literally taking small doses of sarin on the daily for months.
No.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. Not at all.
Now, did we get gassed? Maybe one night we did. I remember one night where our chem detectors just kept going off. And the rumor was that some bombers had bombed a chemical storage facility to the north of us, and maybe the wind drug it down. So as soon as the chem detectors went off, we had to go to full Mach 4, and, but it is what it is, But I came out of it okay. But now look at my brother and my sister, who both have had horrible health conditions, killing my sister when she was very young. And they were both conceived after my biological father had been in Vietnam for 18 months. And he told stories about walking through the jungle and they dumped Agent Orange on him. And he says it's like rain falling from the sky, right? And so Hungar has had every health issue you can have. And my younger sister died of a really rare cancer when she was 26. Me, I'm healthy as if I had not fallen at work and broke all my shit, I'd probably still working. Still be working because I'm healthy as shit. Otherwise,
every time someone says Agent Orange, I always remember trading places when they arrested Eddie Murphy. I was a Vietnam vet. I was in Dang Tang, Poontang. I was all over that place. They called me Agent Orange. Yeah, that was my name, Agent Orange.
My father-in-law was only over there for 6 months when he was in the military, and he still somehow contracted Agent Orange, and it affects,
well,
my
they dumped it all over the jungle.
sister-in-law, my wife, in some respects.
Yeah, they dumped that shit. They would fly over in big airplanes just spraying it
Yeah.
because it's an anti-freaking, it kills trees.
Yeah.
So their brilliant idea is we'll use chemical agents and just wipe out all the jungles. But the problem was GIs were marching around underneath there. It'd
Exactly.
be like you going outside and just drinking Roundup. It's not a good idea. I wouldn't suggest it.
Bad idea. Okay, good. I'll mark that down.
Yeah, not a good idea. That's
Do
a bad
not
idea.
drink Roundup. What if I cut it with
because
vodka?
now they're saying that people who use spray Roundup all over the place, they're
Yeah.
getting weird cancers.
Yeah.
All these chemicals, man. And here's the thing: even if they study what it'll do for a year, that doesn't mean what it'll do in 20.
Yeah.
So okay,
Like-
let's think about something. I'm type 2 diabetic. You're type 2 diabetic.
Mhm.
We know many people who are type 2 diabetic.
Adult
When I
onset.
When I was in my 20s, I didn't know anybody who was type 2 diabetic.
That's what RFK said. He said doctors in the 60s could go their whole career and never treat a kid with type 2 diabetes.
Yeah.
And he said, and now everyone's got it.
Like
Mhm.
diabetes, autism.
Yeah, autism used to be something you never even heard of. And now 1 in 36 kids
Yeah.
has some
Wonder if there's-
degree of it or not.
Something in the water, something in the air, something in the food. I wonder.
Somebody told me it has to do with microplastics. Because once they get in there, they don't go away. And then if you're a little fetus developing and you're getting all your nutrients from somebody that's just dosed to shit with all kinds of crazy stuff, I mean, stuff happens, you know?
I gotta go make supper, and then I'm watching some movies on my Discord. So I'm gonna say thank you for your time, James, but I gotta bounce. You saying go? Bye,
You
RPG
gave
Dad.
me the European salute.
Bye, bear.
British. It's the British
Yeah,
one.
because you guys
You
do that.
know what?
and we
Let me
do
give it
this.
to you properly then.
That's the Rimmer salute.
Exactly.
Bob's Scudder. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Red Dwarf. Rimmer always does the fancy.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
They got my biological dad for almost 24 months because when he was halfway through his 18-month enlistment, they told him he could go home for a month, but then he'd owe him 6 months. And what he didn't know, because he's an idiot from Eastern Kentucky, is that they were going to tack that 6 months onto the end of his deployment. He thought it would start after he went back.
Yeah.
So he was thinking, I'll do a couple extra months. No problem. No. And he ended up getting out after 20 months because he got his third Purple Heart. And they're like, yeah, get out here. But I mean, they pulled so many tumors out of that guy throughout his life. They were constantly pulling tumors out of him.
Yeah, my dad, he just missed the draft. He was when he graduated, the draft was done. So he didn't have to get that. So, but my uncles have been over in Vietnam, so I don't know. It's like, yeah, they have some health issues, but not major.
Well, it depends where you were too. I mean,
Yeah.
my pops was out there, not my pops, but my bio. He was out there doing long range patrols and shit like this.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know, he was an airborne guy, 167th airborne or some shit. So he was out there in the jungle dealing with the shit.
Yeah. Well,
And getting rained on with Agent Orange and everything.
Yeah, my uncle worked
But
mainly.
if you were
base.
lucky, maybe you didn't have to deal with that shit.
Yeah, he was working on the Hueys all the time.
Oh, so he was awesome. He was back probably in you know, fixing helicopters and shit.
Yeah, and my other uncle, he was in the Navy. So when he joined,
Dude.
And then after getting out of the Navy, he goes to the Army.
Oh, you know what? And it's so weird because if you're in the Army and you try to join the Navy, they won't let you.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, you're ruined. The Army ruined you. Get out of here. You know? But the Army's like, we don't care. Come on in.
Well, the thing was, he goes, the Navy was probably the worst decision because I didn't learn shit. And then I'd go to the Army, and at least I learned how to drive heavy equipment, and that's what he ended up doing when he got out. It was like he was driving heavy equipment, working in like quarries and stuff.
Everyone I know who joined the Navy, whenever we sit down and talk about like their time versus my time, I get so envious. Because they're like, oh, we went to like Turkey and got drunk on Ouzo and all these hookers everywhere. And then we went here and we went there. And then we had shore leave here. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, I was in Georgia. And then I went to Saudi Arabia and then Iraq and then Georgia some more. It's like I didn't get to see anything good.
Yeah, my best friend did his last 6 months of his time was he was telling me, I can't come home for Christmas. He goes, I think we're leaving. I'm like, okay, so then where's he go? He goes, we got deployed over to Kuwait and then right into fucking Iraq.
Yeah, that's what the Marines, a lot of them, they went through Kuwait into Iraq. Whereas I was with the 24th Infantry Division and 18th Airborne Corps, and we kind of went right in the middle. Like if Kuwait's over here and Baghdad's here, we went right in the middle. There's a giant 8-lane highway between the two from Basra to Baghdad. And my unit cut that highway and destroyed everything on it.
Oh, yeah.
And now they call that highway the Highway of Death. Because, I mean, we hit it about 3 a.m. or so in the morning, and we lit up so many vehicles that it was like daylight.
Yeah.
It was just burning Iraqi vehicles from freaking horizon to horizon.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it because I was a dismount guy. And so we just jumped out the back of Bradley and leaned up on the berms. And those Bradleys are firing, and the tracer rounds out of a Bradley look like slow, glowing grapefruit. They're like, it's so like surreal looking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then of course we had helicopters overhead, and you could, when they'd fire, you just hear the and you'd see the little glowing tracer rounds coming down from nowhere because it's pitch black up there. You can't see those helicopters, but all of a sudden you'll just see those glowing things coming down. And and of course, they scared the shit out of the Iraqi. I remember when we captured a bunch of them the next day, we used an 88 armor recovery vehicle to dig a big trench, right? To put them in it. We surrounded it with concertina wire. And when the helicopters would fly over, these dudes would throw themselves on the ground and start throwing sand on them. They were so terrified of those because it's the middle of the night. You're an Iraqi conscript hiding under a bush. And you don't know that Apache pilot, he can see you just glowing at night. So he puts a couple rounds into you and moves on his way, and the only guys that really gave us an issue is we did engage north of Highway, the Hammurabi Division, which was a Republican Guard division, and they fought. Those guys, like we had to wipe them pretty much out because that was Saddam's elite guys with the best equipment. Yeah. And I remember we captured one of their officers, and this dude spoke better English than I did. And we're like, where'd you learn English so well? And he's like, oh, I got my degree at University of Wisconsin. I was like, what?
Oh, Jesus.
All right, well, go on back because the Orlando National Guard were there, and they're all MPs. So we would capture them and put them in the trench, and then the Orlando National Guard guys, the nasty girls we called them, they would come up and put them in the back of deuce and a halves and take them to wherever they went. It was nuts, man. It was nuts.
I'm sure.
But it's safe to drink. Right? It's never safe not your Echo. You should know. But then again, I think you're Russian, and you probably drink so much vodka that you wouldn't notice the Roundup. You'd just be like, a different flavor of vodka.
Me and vodka have a bad relationship.
Me and vodka have a great relationship until my doctor told me my A1C was 9 point something. And then I was like, man.
Well, I have that tendency to want to fight anything and
everything.
everything.
No, for me, that's whiskey. You give me bourbon, I become bulletproof and 12 feet tall, and I want to prove it.
Most liquors, it kind of gets my Irish up a little bit. And, I'm ready to fight the 10-foot tall giant. You know.
I drink vodka. I just want to cuddle, hug you. I love you. We're best friends. You're like a brother to me. Vodka makes me happy and really friendly to everyone. But
Yeah.
bourbon, I don't know what it is about bourbon, but you get bourbon in me and I'm ready to throw down with everybody.
That's why I usually stay with the beer. Like I'm friendly.
Beer, I can drink beer on. Well, I could drink I only drink Yingling really. And I could just drink Yingling all day.
Yeah.
Whatever. But it's because I'm a borderline alcoholic anyway.
Yeah, that runs strong in my family.
Yeah. It's like I can go 6 months without drinking, but if I start drinking, we're going to finish it.
Yeah.
I'm determined. I mean, I remember I was on one of Max's shows one time and we were drinking and I ended up putting away 12 double shots of vodka during the course of his show.
How many times has Erkdon said?
And I was drinking out of my special glass that my pops, who is Russian, got me specifically to drink vodka.
There you go. Yeah.
And that's 2 shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I had my Stoloshnaya, and every time Erkdon was said, that first one's a little but after the first one, it's like water,
2, 3, 4.
And I'm like, I just did 24 shots of vodka.
I did
That's
way too
a
much.
lot of vodka.
Don't ever do a lot of shots of vodka with energy drinks.
Nah, that'll kill you.
No, that fucks your shit up. And I was still awake and everybody's passed out and the whole room's still spinning in the dark. And all I wanted to do was, I just wanted to go to sleep, but apparently I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, I'm really drunk, but I also feel like I should go out and run a mile.
It's like, let's go streaking. Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Oh, me and my Serbian brother-in-law had a vodka drink off one time, and he's 6'8", 300 pounds.
Oh,
And I managed to drink him under the table with vodka. And it was so weird, too, because he knows my family is Russian.
Yeah.
And halfway through it, we're drinking. He's leans over and puts his paw on me because his hand was as big as a catcher's mitt. He's like, I have to tell you one thing. And I'm like, what's that, Alexei? And he's like, never trust a Russian. And I'm like, okay, let me pour some more shots. I mean, what do you mean, you Serbian prick? I don't know. He's a good guy. He's an idiot. And he ended up committing so many bad things that when he went to confession, his priest said he can't take communion for 10 years.
Oh, Jesus.
You got to really work at it to make a priest be like,
Wow.
you are not allowed to have communion for 10 years.
I was like, yeah, I don't know.
When you go to war, if you're Orthodox, if you go to war, you can't have communion for 2 years. Because you have to purify yourself. Otherwise, the bread and the wine will not be good for you.
I think my stepsister and her husband I think they just got baptized in your neck of the faith.
It's the fastest growing branch in America, especially amongst young men.
Yeah.
Because young men especially are looking for guidance and stability and whatever. And too many of the more evangelical religions are becoming too fluid with what they believe. And that skitzes a lot of young men out because they're like, there's no stability here. Like my wife was raised Methodist her whole life. And then recently she's like, I'm not Methodist anymore. Because the Methodist church decided they were going to, do some things. And she's like, no, done. And it's like,
I mean, I kind of grew up in a Baptist and a Methodist background, but
oh hell, almost everyone I grew up with in Kentucky anyway was Baptist or Pentecostal.
Yeah.
I mean, that was almost everybody. If you wanted to go, if you were Catholic or Orthodox, you had to drive to Lexington, which is a long way from where I lived. A long way.
Well, I mean, the little county that I'm from here in Indiana, there was at least 3 Catholic churches.
Oh, yeah.
Which-
It's weird because that's how you divide the North from the South.
Yeah.
It's like, for whatever reason, all of the Irish Catholics and various other Catholics, they all settled in the North.
Yeah.
For the most part. And
For
then all of the Baptists and everything, they seem to have took over the South.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Orthodoxy just simply didn't exist forever because no one
Well-
ever even heard of it.
yeah. Most of my Flynn relation all come in through North Carolina.
Well,
Oh,
there was a whole regiment of Irish troopers that fought for the Confederacy that were from that region.
Oh, we're pre-Revolutionary War,
On my
but
hey, what's up, Off Grid? How you doing, bro?
Yeah.
On my mom and biological father's side, both of them were in America at or before 1740.
mm,
And they all moved directly from Williamsburg, Virginia to the county I lived in Kentucky. But back then it was Virginia.
yeah,
It was still the crown colony of Virginia because Kentucky used to be part of Virginia.
Yeah.
And then they split it. And
yeah. it was
so my
all-
people came over in 1740 or before, somewhere around that area, and immediately moved to Kentucky. Except some of them moved to Pennsylvania. So in Kentucky, there's a lot of towns and cities and roads that are named McKee this and McKee that.
Yeah.
And in Pennsylvania, you've got McKeesport, McKees Rock, McKees Ridge. So there's a lot. There is a whole city in Kentucky that is just named McKee, Kentucky.
Well, there's a town in Kentucky. It was Eadsville.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's where my great grandmother's from, and her last name was Eads. So,
Well, I was up in Indiana about a year ago.
oh yeah,
I was up in Bloomington
IU area. Yep.
because my niece was getting her master's degree. They call it a hooding or whatever.
Yeah.
So we went up because it was a big deal for her, even though she got, I think, a stupid degree.
They're
She got
the-
two masters, and I think they're both dumb. But
They're the rival school because I'm from around Purdue.
Purdue, see, where I'm from, we claim the Wildcats.
Yep.
University of Kentucky Wildcats.
Yep.
Now, Leth, who lives in Kentucky, he's further west.
Mm.
But I remember when we were driving into Indiana for a while we were in Indiana, they called it Kentuckiana.
Yeah, you get
Like
south.
right when you cross the Ohio River, they're like, "You're in
It-
Kentuckiana," and I'm like,
It's yeah, that's what we call it, man. They all have a
Like,
different. They all sound like they're from Kentucky. Anybody from like Edinburgh down.
The thing is, though, I don't know if you know this or not, but like someone like Leth and someone like me, we're from the same Commonwealth, totally different.
Yeah.
Because Leth lives in, he's a swampy. He lives in the flat, swampy part of Kentucky, which is everything outside of the mountains. And I came from the mountains.
Yeah.
So luckily, though, being in the Army and everything, I kind of lost my accent. But when I go up home to visit my peoples, if I'm there for 3 days, it all comes back. I start using weird words. And
Yeah.
I mean, I've told stories of Appalachia on my channel before. I don't know if you've heard them about like,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
fakeness and all the weird shit up there.
There's all weird, kind of weird stuff in there.
Oh, yeah. You get into the deep Appalachian, man.
Yeah.
Like the word holler was a Cherokee word and it did not mean anything good.
Yeah.
Even the Indians, before the first white man showed up, was like, stay out of the hollers. There's weird shit in there. The French branch of my family showed up in 1600s, but the Scots and English. Yeah, most of my family genetically is Scots-Irish, Scandinavian, Polish, and German.
Yeah.
So Slavic. But
Yeah.
the man who raised me, that I call my pops, even though we're not blood related, his grandma fled Russia during the revolution because she was what they called a kulak. So had she not fled Russia, Lenin would have had her killed. So
Yeah.
she owned property.
Yeah.
And he, of course, grew up in Queens, New York, and then met my mom when I was young, and they got married because
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a Mayflower descendant.
I
So-
like to tell people that my DNA test just came back as assorted crackers.
Assorted cracker. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like that box of assorted crackers. That's me. A good childhood friend of mine was Dave McKee. See, here's the thing. I think McKee, and you spelled it the way we spelled it is with a floating C with 2 lines under it, but otherwise just like that. And if you look up the McKee family, there's McKees in South Africa, there's McKees in Australia, there's like anywhere that the English sent anyone.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone there is named McKee. So I
yeah.
don't know if I'm genetically related to them or because with the Irish, you would have these clans.
Yeah.
And they might all be Clan McKee, but that don't mean that they're super related. They could be like 15th cousins.
They got one maybe direct descendant, but yeah. Oh no, that's the same with me. I'm a Flynn, but it's like I come from like kind of the northeastern. My family comes from the northeastern part of, western part of Ireland. But then you have the ones that are down in the southwestern Ireland. And then, of course, you got the English ones, you got the Scottish ones, you got the Australian ones, the American ones, probably South America.
Well, the Australian ones are criminals.
Yeah, well, but.
So what you been up to off-grid gaming and Shark? I mean,
he's chomp.
You been playing any good games or anything? This is my boy.
Keep up,
and he's bilingual. He speaks English and Russian.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just comes out sounding like dog.
Well, I mean, if I speak Russian to him, he understands it.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, but when he was a baby puppy, and my wife and I got him, we bought him from an old babushka.
Oh yeah.
Who had recently had a litter, and all of his mom, his dad, and all of his brothers and sisters were 6 pounds.
Oh.
He's 16 pounds.
Oh, wow.
He is a big Pomeranian.
Living the good life.
Well, what happens is the original Pomeranian dog breed used to weigh about 45, 50 pounds.
Yeah.
They were work dogs, and they got bred down, but that DNA is still in there. So every now and then you get a bigger one. And the bigger ones are better because they have a lot less health issues.
Yeah.
What's up, True? We were talking about our DNA, where we came from, how we ended up in America and when, and I was showing off my Pomeranian. But the lady who raised him before we got him, she spoke Russian. So like if I call his name and I'm like, Davai, which means come on, he'll immediately come trucking, he understands a little Russian.
That's cool.
Or as we say, cho-cho, which means a little bit,
yeah,
small amount, cho-cho.
I think you've seen my dog.
Character classes and campaign material for Shadow Dark. Nice. Shadow Dark, the actual real 5e D&D or 6e D&D. I mean, let's be honest. I mean,
I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I haven't played in a long time, and I'm itching to play. As much as D&D in itself over the years has its flaws, I still will play D&D over anything else.
That's because it's like a comfortable thing.
Yeah, it's comfortable. I know it. I don't have to go searching how to do this. I think that's probably it.
Plus, if you play D&D, 90% of the time you're playing on this basically super generic version of Tolkien. Yeah. And everyone's kind of, again, comfortable with that. It's like, I'm playing a dwarf fighter. You don't have to go into a lot of detail explaining what that even is.
Yeah.
Because people are like, I'm a short guy with a beard and I carry an axe. Okay, whatever. Whereas if you play, say,
Talislantia or something like that.
Atlanta, Palladium Fantasy, stuff like that. Then all of a sudden, you have to go into more like, well, what is a thrall?
Palladium Fantasy, you can still kind of get the gist of it, but
Let's see what. Okay, I'm from Denmark. Saw you guys wanting to ask on your take on Trump getting Greenland. He will get it. The two parties that won the election recently, both of them are pro-American annexation. It's just one of them wants it done right now, and the other one wants it done over a long period of time. And I think we already got base there. I mean, but the thing is, it's like we'll probably build a bunch of Navy and submarine bases on Greenland just to keep an eye on, the North Pole.
Yeah, I could see a sub base being up there.
Yeah, for sure. A couple boomers, a couple of attack subs up there, just patrolling around. But then again, here's what's going to be crazy. If we actually sign a trade deal with the Russian Federation to extract and get heavy metals, then that's going to do a whole lot to de-escalate any chance of us going to war with Russia.
Yeah.
Because whereas the Ukrainians are like, hey, we'll give you our heavy metal deals. And then they immediately signed them off to the UK, right? But then Vladimir Putin said, hey, we've got like trillions of dollars of heavy metals and we'll deal with you too. And it's like, at which point, if you're America, it's like, okay, Ukraine, you're fucked, because it's in our interest to actually make big money with Russia.
Yeah.
And if we have ports in Greenland, it's a skip and a jump to Russia. You're an what's it called? Archangels or whatever. Like in no time, it's just boom, you're right there.
That's why it was the best for the ballistic missiles to go over the North Pole versus going east or west.
And that one Greek guy who said he's going to open a shipbuilding thing and build 48 ice breakers for the United States.
Yeah.
And then the NVIDIA guy said that he's going to invest $1 trillion in making microchips in America.
Yeah.
Because right now, 90% of our microchips are made in Taiwan.
Yeah.
So if China hits Taiwan, we're going to be standing around with our thumb in our butts.
Exactly.
Not having any microchips. Supposed to be at Gary Con. Well, I'm sorry you're not there, Off Grid.
Yeah. I wanted to go, but I'm going to Florida next week, so it's a trade-off.
Well, right now it's nice and cool in Florida. It's been about 59 to 69 degrees, somewhere in there.
Yeah. We're going to.
Been pretty nice down here. I'm in the Orlando area, so.
Yeah, we're going to the Keys.
Oh, the Keys are beautiful.
Yeah, I think we're going to be staying like a block or so away from the southernmost point. So.
Yeah, the Keys are beautiful. Great place to go and get trashed, hang out.
Yeah.
I mean, what's his name that sang all those songs about being in the Keys? He's not far off. The Conch Republic, as they call it.
Yeah. What's his fart? Oh, shoot. Jimmy Buffett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always singing about, getting drunk and drinking margaritas or whatever. And
yeah, my wife said there's like she's been down there. She was down there in October, and she goes, "Oh, you'll love it. It's it's everything. It's like it's so nice and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, she goes looking at the temp. She goes, "It's gonna probably be a little humid down there." I'm like, "Is it gonna be like Indiana humid or ocean
it's gonna
breeze?"
be like 100% humidity. If it's hot, you're gonna sweat, and your sweat will stay on you.
Yeah, Indiana though has got this weird like cornfield humidity.
Okay. See, I've never really lived in Indiana. I don't know.
We don't have ocean breezes here, so it's like if it's hot, it's hot.
That the ocean breezes in the Keys will take a lot of that down for you, and there will be bars and stands every 100 steps selling whatever the hell you want to drink.
Yeah.
And they joke around about being an independent republic from the United States. They are the Conch Republic.
Yeah.
And, I mean, anytime I've ever been there, which is once, it was a blast, There are some weird people there. Let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure.
Florida can be really weird. Not weird like cannibals eating you in East Appalachia, but weird like you're going to see some weird shit. Trust me. You know what I mean? Because like down in the Keys, it's like there's no rules. Everybody just cuts loose and does whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And you can legally just be drunk as shit on the street.
Yeah.
Unless you're causing problems, nobody's messing with you because everyone else is drunk too.
Yeah. Well, shit.
As Professor Michael Wood explained, this period was in many ways the zenith of human civilization, which provided the greatest foundation of stability and peace over most of the entire world. Hey, apparently in a couple of years, Elon's going to start selling robots for 30 grand a piece. I don't know if you can have sex with them, but they can mow your lawn and clean your house and shit. If you could have sex with them, that the human race would just die. Because everyone would just buy the perfect robot for them, and no one, you'd have to have artificial babies or something.
No, that's when you get one of the Japanese robots that look almost human.
Yeah, that's what the Japanese are doing too. I know they were rioting in the streets because people want them to import immigrants.
Yeah.
And the Japanese are like, no, we'd rather die out and replace ourselves with robots than import an immigrant.
They would.
And then in other news, Johnny Somali managed to get arrested again the other night. So he's never leaving Korea.
Oh, God, no.
They're already got him for 5 to 10. He's got another trial coming up, and he's going to get extra time because he's already convicted of a previous crime. And then he got arrested a third time.
Yeah.
So by the time they get to that third time, but you know what? He deserves it. Rubbing baby oil all over the pleasure women statues and all that. It's like you go to another country and disrespect the country, and it's like, this ain't America, homie.
Yeah.
You can't just do shit. They don't have.
Yeah.
They don't have a Bill of Rights over there. You know.
Yeah. Well, James, I need to get off here before my phone dies. So I will check you later, man.
To you, sir.
Yep. Good night.
And I hope you're doing well. I'll talk to you later.
Peace out.
Peace out, bro. Forget politics. When was your last D&D session? Space Ghost, I like the way you think. We played Legend of the Five Rings, first edition, last Sunday. And this Sunday, I won't be running. I'll be playing Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition because we alternate between games. However, based on what all the players are saying on our private channels, we may at some point move to back to Old School Centrals Advanced, which is currently my very favorite version of generic D&D. Now, I love Adventure Conqueror King, but only because I love the setting of Adventure Conqueror King. But I would never use Axe for a generic D&D game. So if we end up playing Old School Centrals Advanced, we will also be playing in classic Gazetteer Greyhawk, specifically the Sheldamar Valley region, which is, the county, principality, and duchy of Ulick, Keeland, etc., near the Near Dive, and all that. But that may happen. Some of them wanted me to run AD&D or AD&D second edition. That's not happening. First off, I never ran AD&D second edition, so I don't know why that would even be an option. I did allow Hungar to play a Battle Rager class from second edition, but it's first edition rules. And even as much as I nostalgically love AD&D, OSC is just such an easier game to run. It's just, it's like I was saying earlier when I was thumbing through the book, talking to RPG Dad, it's like, if you open up a spell here, it's like the spell is bullet pointed and literally maybe a paragraph for every spell. If you open up the back panel of the player's book, it's got like all the equipment and everything. beast of burden, all the equipment, everything like that. If you open up the first page, it has all the saving throws for every class. So, I mean, it's like, this is like D&D and AD&D had a baby, and the baby was really smart and a very good communicator. Plus, the players, my players already have OSC characters in Greyhawk that I ran through a lot of the traditional Greyhawk campaigns, like White Plume Mountain and Deep Dwarven Delve and stuff like that. So it's just a matter of me digging my blue folder out of here, which is where I put all the characters, and handing them back to the players and saying, okay, we're back in Greyhawk. Let's see. Yeah. OSC is so easy to run. And the thing is, also, of course, I got these 2 books already, well within reach. When I run OSC Advanced, I use these 2 books. So the players will get weapon proficiencies, which are actually, weapon proficiencies are already in OSC Advanced as an optional rule, but they'll get non-weapon proficiencies too, because I like that. I think it makes the characters, I don't know, cooler. And then, where is it? Where did I put it? Right here. I've got a couple of these that have the little books in it. So I'll keep the big books in front of me. And if the players need to know anything, I'll just hand them whichever little book they need. So whichever one's playing an illusionist, I can just hand them the green spell book with all the illusionist spells in it. And the survival guides are amazing. They're amazing. They're some of the 3 best TSR AD&D first edition books were Wilderness Survival, Dungeoneer Survival, and Manual of the Plains. Those are the 3 best, in my opinion, for AD&D first edition. I never really bought a lot of the brown books for second edition or the gray book. You know what I mean? The splat books that they were putting out every other week, because that's just what they did back then. And then I've got more of the mini books down here, because when I bought the box set of the mini books, I bought an additional of every one of the mini books. How many players do I have? Currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 8 players. And if my niece and her husband visits from North Florida, that'll be 2 more. And every now and then, one of my nephews will pop in. And so yes, I have ran OSC with 11 or 12 players, and I had 0 issues with it. Runs just fine. The idea that a game group shouldn't be more than like 5 people is because the versions of the games they're playing are so full of shit that, they become unplayable if you have too many players, right? But if you're running OSE or even AD&D, you can run 10, 12 people, no problem. Combats will fly by. It's just not that big of a deal. Maximum party number, I have no opinion on it, because if I have 8 players, some of those players might have henchmen and hirelings and pet war dogs. And by the end of the thing, it's like you're running a platoon of player characters and their various hangers on. But it's not a big deal. If the adventure you're running or you have created doesn't challenge that, throw a few more orcs in. That's me just being general. Throw a few more orcs in and call it a day. Decado, you missed our CNC talk, which was all positive. I'm a huge fan of Castles and Crusades, but I will run OSC as opposed to AD&D. So if everybody wants to play AD&D, I'll just give them their old 7th or 8th level or whatever level OSC characters, and we'll play that unless they want to start over. In which case, we can make new characters. It's not a big deal, you know? Yeah. Ironcaster, that's what made it where I could never run GURPS. Because I had GURPS like 3rd or 4th edition, whichever one it was. This was like 20 years ago. And I remember handing the book out and saying, okay, let's make characters. And we ended up, after about 3 hours, just putting that book away and playing D&D. Because none of the players were comfortable making a character for GURPS because they didn't know all the ins and outs of the game. So they had analysis paralysis. They completely they didn't know what stats they needed. They didn't know what skills or traits or whatever they needed. And it just screwed them up. Now, 5e, when I ran 5e, we only used the 3 books, nothing else. And we didn't use long and short rests. And the game ran just fine. And that's why I say Shadow Dark is ultimately the real 6th edition. But 5e, with all the new shit they've added to it, I don't even know what that is. I mean, we could talk about, but it's like in Shadow Dark, you're playing 5e, but you go into dungeons and you smack orcs on the head, right? You steal treasure, you do whatever you're doing. And that's awesome, right? But in new 2024, 6th edition, whatever, you work as a barista, you go to the prom, you hang out. It's not about adventure. It's about friends and family and blah, blah, blah. And that's just not D&D. I don't know what it is. I mean, if I were going to play a game like that, I might as well play My Little Pony Adventures or some shit, which it is a real game. I saw it at the comic shop for real. I didn't buy it, but I saw it and I was like, somebody actually made a role-playing game about playing ponies? This, you know, I felt like Professor Farnworth. I was like, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. But then I got over it and moved on because who cares? If somebody wants to run My Little Pony, you know, adventures with D&D rules, it's not my business. Knock yourself out, you know? I'm not getting involved, right? Pre-rolled characters would help. Yeah, because the game rules aren't that hard. It's a dice 6 system. It's not that hard. But it's making a character when you have so many options, especially if you have any of the additional GURPS books. One thing that GURPS did amazing, while the rules might have been, in my opinion, not the greatest rules, their source books were kick ass. I still own some of the GURPS source books. Like I own the alternate history ones. They're amazing. You know, they are absolutely some of the best written game books ever. I mean, that's a hill I'll die on. Steve Jackson, crazy as he might be, he put out some amazing source books for GURPS. Amazing. Oh, Space Ghost. I liked the original D&D Next stuff, like where if you were a dwarf, your race ability was if you used an axe, the damage of that axe went up 1 step. So a hand axe, instead of being die 4, was die 6. And a one-handed bow axe was, instead of being like die 8, it was die 10 or whatever. And elves got the same thing, but with bows and spears. I liked that version of 5e. I really did, but for whatever reason, it's not the version we got. Space Ghost, you like the hat? Oh, yeah, Dark Maga. I mean, even though red is really my favorite color, I did wear a lot of black back in the 90s when I was like heavy into the goth scene. But I've been an Elon Musk fan forever. I used to call him our space daddy back even when he was a Democrat. But then again, I was a Democrat too when I was younger. So when I saw Elon come out on stage in the black MAGA hat, I was like, I gotta have that. Because I mean, monkey see, monkey do, or something, you know. I mean, Elon is like my favorite autistic person on the planet, other than my nephew and my niece or granddaughter. I mean, that dude is amazing to me. He's so smart. And some people are like, well, he didn't invent that, but he hired the guys who did, and that's still smart, you know? I mean, Edison didn't invent shit, but he hired the dudes who did. So you got to give him credit, right? And the fact that he likes Trump, and I like Trump, I think Trump's cool. My dad grew up in Queens. So the way Trump talks and carries on does not affect me at all. I've been to Queens, New York. I know how New Yorkers are, like from the city, not upstate or some shit, on their apple farms. And so when people are like, I just don't like Trump because of how he's so whatever, it's like, dude, you have never been to New York City, because, you know, it's just the way those cats roll, man. Your role-playing pony's right if you do it in one time, right? Somebody should do that. I'm playing My Little Pony, but I do it one time. You know what? I got to admit, I've been friends with Jethro on X for like 10 years now or something. And I've never had a problem with him or Mercadius or Saxius, like any of those guys. I've never had a problem with them. I don't know why so many people hate the Bro SR. I don't understand it. Now, do I play the way they do? No, not at all. I play the way I do. But do I give a shit how they play? Also, again, not at all. Do I care if they say their way's the best and only right way? Nope. Don't bother me a bit. So when people, like I said, get super offended about them, I'm always sitting over here like, who gives a fuck? I mean, who cares? Nobody cares, you know. But yeah, Mercadius and oh man, there's like a bunch of them in the Bro SR. A lot of them are ex-cops. I think he said he did quit, which, I mean, he's actually a little older than I am. And I think he's an ex-cop, ex-Leo. So maybe he just wants to, I don't know, put his retirement into a RV and drive around the country with his wife. He used to post like workout shit too, because he used to, for an older guy, he was jacked. You know what I mean? But I know a lot of people got upset because Chelsea did so well with her version of the game of Shadow Dark. But let's be honest, Chelsea and her game are or were the perfect storm. What she wrote and when she put it out and how it hit could not have been planned any better if she had had the ability to actually plan it. It's like she came out with a version of 5e during the time when people were super pissed with Wizards of the Coast for all the stupid shit they were doing. And it had kind of that old school feel, but, you know, still used 5e stuff. I mean, anyone jealous of Chelsea, my advice would be get over yourself. You know, envy does not become a man or a woman, but especially a man. Don't be jealous. Like I always tell people, I am a congratulator. I am not a hater. If somebody puts out something on one of these things trying to sell a game and they make $15 billion, if I ever meet them, I'll high five them from the comfort of my lower middle class home, you know, because did it affect me? No, it didn't take a damn bit of, to quote one of my favorite movies, A Christmas Carol, it didn't take a scrap of silver or gold out of my pocket. So why would I be angry at the success of another human being? It's just stupid. It's stupid. I don't understand why people get that way. Right. I mean, it's wizards and stuff. Who cares? Have fun. I agree. That, and you know, some people don't like that, but that's always been my opinion. Let's have a good time. Let's eat some chips. Let's freaking drink some drinks. I mean, me, it'll be sugar-free Monster Energy drinks or something, but or water. And let's roll some dice, baby. Now, one thing I do different is when I run my old school centrals, because I have all the Karen crawler or carcass crawler, whatever's, the thieves in my game, everything functions on dice 6s, not percentile. I don't like percentile. So any class that has thief-like percentile skills ends up getting, you know, dice 6 skills. And why? Because that's just what I like. There's no other reason. It's what I like. So, you know, plus it's a lot more, hey, now it's a lot more customizable, because every time the thief goes up a level, they get a couple points to spend, and they can decide where to put those points. So if they want to be hardcore pickpocketers, they can, by level 2 or 3, have like a 5 and 6 chance of picking pockets. They're just going to suck at everything else. Impeach Trump now. It's never going to happen. Bye, daddy. Yeah, it's never going to happen. And hopefully you don't have Trump derangement syndrome. Get over yourself. But yeah, I like the dice 6 method for doing thief skills way more than percentile. I don't even like percentile. The only reason I use a die 10 in my game is if a weapon does die 10 damage. And everything else is, if you want to know if you can do a thing like climb a cliff, I'll tell you, roll under your whatever attribute seems to be the most appropriate. And that's it. Did I get, I always get a troll, but this is kind of weird because this one's on YouTube, and usually the Trump derangement idiots are on Twitch. It's like Twitch is just a freaking cesspool of retardation, you know. Usually YouTubers are generally pretty cool about shit, but impeach Trump. No, get out of here. You know who needs to be impeached? I will say this. Who needs to be impeached are all of these activist judges that feel like an unelected judge that's not even Supreme Court judge, a local judge, has the ability to tell the executive branch what they can and cannot do within the purview of their branch, right? It's like these activist judges that are like, oh, you can't do that. And it's like, who gave you the right to say what he can and cannot do? Because that has nothing to do with your job. Your job is to deliver a ruling if there's an issue between two people. Your job is not to step in and think that you have the right or the power bestowed upon you to tell the executive branch what they can and cannot do. So, I mean, it's like the stupidest shit. And Thomas Jefferson actually wrote about it, that he feared that judges would step in and start trying to whatever, and turn the United States into an oligarchy, which is what would happen. A bunch of unelected judges just telling you how you have to live. That's an oligarchy. That's not what we're... Trump, you're not going to shut it down. You yourself, if you don't start talking about gaming, are going to get banned. And that'll make you the second person I've ever banned. But you're disrupting a really good conversation we're having. And you're never shutting Tesla down. Yeah, he's probably a troon and a critter. You know, probably doesn't play D&D. But he listens to Matt Mercer, so he thinks he knows something. And he's mad because, what are you mad about? Shut Tesla down. Why? Because they're finding how the government has been wasting tax money on illegal shit. I mean, that, how can you be mad about that? I mean, and if anyone can explain that, fuck you. I mean, whatever. If anyone can explain that, I would love to hear it. It's like, so Elon Musk has went in and shown how our government has been mismanaging and breaking the law horribly, doing all kinds of crazy shit, interfering in other governments in ways we shouldn't be doing, etc. And people are mad about that. How are you mad about that? I mean, you do know that Bill Clinton ran on exactly that platform. Even Obama ran on that platform. It's just they never actually did anything. But I mean, it's like Trump, what he's doing is what Democrats have been promising to do for 20 years. He's just getting it done. And yeah, I don't think we should spend $20 million teaching Serbians about, I don't know, feminism and transvestites. That's so stupid. Alexander Macris is an awesome dude. I talk to him occasionally. We always wish each other happy Easter and everything like that, because he was raised in the Greek Orthodox Church. So on Easter, I'll send him the whole, Christos Vokresi, and which is not Greek. It's actually Russian, but it means, Christ is risen. And then he'll respond back with, indeed he has, because, yeah. Now, is he practicing Orthodox? I don't know, but he was raised Greek Orthodox, and he's a good guy. He is a really cool guy to talk to. He's smart. He actually on X, he said that he would let me interview him anytime I ask. And you know what? I always forget. But he knows who I am, and he would come on a channel and let me interview him all day long. And his book, By This Axe, was pretty awesome if you like books on dwarves. It's like, of all the things to be mad about, those space ghosts, that seems like the weirdest thing to be mad about. Some dude is trying to figure out how the government is effing you in the A, and you're mad about it. You're so mad that you're going to go out and draw swastikas on a Jewish guy's car and call a Jewish guy a Nazi because he bought a car that 2 years ago the entire government was telling everybody they should buy. It's like, how are you so dumb, you guys? I'll tell you what, they're not going to be happy when the right side of the political spectrum decides to get violent, because it won't be burning car dealerships. It'll be a full-on war. And that'll be the end of them. Because that's just how the right conservative side does. We kick back and don't say anything until, it becomes time to say stuff. And by that time, it's too late. And then all those people end up getting put against a wall or something. Really looking forward to Beyond All Others. Macris says good things. And he said good things about Kelsey. I always call her Chelsea. Why do I always call her Chelsea? Do I know a Chelsea? Kelsey. I don't know Kelsey Dion, but I wish nothing but the best for her and her game. And I'm glad that her game did well. Am I going to play it? No. But if you're going to play a 5e game, you might as well play hers, right? And I hope she becomes a multimillionaire off of this game. And F Wizards of the Coast, they deserve losing that money because they have been shisty bastards. And you get what you get. Now, Macris, you can join his Discord, and he will chat you up, like answer all your questions. That dude posts 20 times a day. I kid you not. He is one of the most approachable game designers in the whole, the whole thing. I mean, oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Root for Tesla to go underground, even though half of your pensions are invested in Tesla. So stupid. Rooting against America. It's like, I'm an American, but I'm going to root against America because I want America to fail, because the crazy cackling hyena that I wanted to win didn't win. So instead of being a gentleman about it and being like, well, I guess I'll put up with 4 years of this and maybe next time we'll win, because that's what you do as Americans, right? You accept it and move on. No, we're going to become domestic terrorists. And when they get caught, they've caught at least 3 so far, you can get 5 to 20 years in state penitentiary and love it. Freaking love it. Because the summer of love is not happening again. It's not happening again, guys. You get out there burning shit to the ground, you are going to get arrested and you are going to go to prison for a very, very long time. And you will deserve it because, you know, when Biden won the election, whether you want to say he won it or not, but when he was announced the president, other than the guys who, you know, politely walked through the Capitol building and stayed between the velvet ropes and shit, there might have been a few bad ones, but the majority of them didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, we didn't burn America to the ground. We just said, well, that sucks. And then we went to work because we have jobs. And we play D&D. Oh, Sargon, what'd Sargon do? Yeah, beware provoking the people who just want to be left alone. Because once you get them on the streets, it's going to be bad. And there will be no mercy. And that is a fact. Sargon's right. Even if he plays the wrong faction of Warhammer, scumbag. If he knew anything, he'd be playing Blood Angels, man. What's with his bullshit? That's a joke, of course. I mean, Carl Benjamin can do whatever the hell he wants. Ever notice the number of trolls dropped with US aid? Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, it turns out that USAID was financing these idiots. And not only that, now they're talking about these, what are they called? These nonprofits that get millions of dollars from the government and then just pocket the money and create a new nonprofit to get more millions of dollars and pocket the money. And it's like, oh my God. Yeah, they're all bought and paid for. This is all just stupid shit. We need a summer of RPGs, Space Ghost. I agree. 100%. A summer of RPGs. Now, me, I'm pretty lucky. Over the last couple of years, I've got to play Vampire the Masquerade again as a player. And I've been a huge vampire nerd since the 90s. Yes, I went to LARPs. I hung out in goth clubs. I dyed my nails black. I had a labret piercing. My hair was naturally black. And I chased after big booty goth girls. You guys all know that, right? But as a 50-something-year-old dude, being able to step back into that, it's been really fun. And our storyteller, who's a bro of mine, he's been doing a great job. We've been playing this game off and on for a couple of years now. I've got to play first edition, Legend of the Five Rings. And that's awesome. See, this guy is Twitch. The USA is not an oligarchy. If it were an oligarchy, then elections wouldn't matter. In order to make the USA an oligarchy, you'd have to have judges be able to stop elected officials from doing their jobs. And we're not going to do that. But anyway, we're talking about role-playing games. Yeah, the OSR takes to the streets. The summer of LARP. Dude, man. I don't have the money or the whatever, but I'll tell you what, that convention they're doing up in Tennessee where everything looks like Hobbiton, man, that'd be neat though. I don't have the kind of money that I think that costs. I think that costs like thousands of dollars. And if I'm spending thousands of dollars on something, it's going to be a Scar S rifle and 7.62 because that's my dream rifle, you know. I mean, I love my AKs. Don't get me wrong. I love the Kalashnikov. I think it's a beautiful rifle. And I love my AR. which has 2 uppers, 5.56 and 300 blackout. But man, I would love a Scar in 7.62. God, that's my wet dream rifle, you know. But if you want one, they're like $3.5 grand, right? So, you know, Traveler, I love Traveler. OSC, Axe, 1E, AD&D. See, you've been getting some good gaming in too, and I'm happy because I've been getting a lot of games in that I never thought I'd get to play again. But I mean, we've played some Talislanta, we've played some Legend of the Five Rings, we played Shadowrun, 2nd edition, AD&D, OSC, Vampire, 2nd and 5th edition. I mean, so this last couple of years, man, I have been getting, yes, it is this weekend, but again, it's like, I just can't get up there. I wish I could, especially with Ernie passing. It would be nice to be able to get up there and, you know, show some respect. Faulty premise, our elections matter. Yeah, whatever. You've obviously swallowed the black pill or the red commie pill. So your opinions don't matter, Queen. I don't care. And you call yourself Queen Jade Blue, you probably got a penis. So really, I don't care. But yeah, I mean, and Luke, who knows? Luke Gygax disappoints me because I really feel like he should have defended his dad and Ernie a lot more fervently, because I know I would have. But whatever, you know. Claricon would be awesome, but you know what? I don't have a passport anymore. And apparently you got to have a passport to go to Canada now. Like back in the 90s when I went to Canada, you didn't need a passport. You drove across the bridge from Michigan to Windsor or whatever it was. And the big thing was in Canada, all the nudie bars were full nude everywhere, and they got really good beer. And it was dirt cheap back then. Like if you were a young man, you could go to Canada with a little bit of money and just freaking go nuts. I mean, it was the best. And then when you're super drunk, go to freaking get pancakes or donuts at the freaking, what's it called? Thinking about getting one. Here's the thing about the AR. If you want to get 300 blackout, you can literally just get an upper. You don't have to get a whole new rifle. You can just get an upper. And then you know how you pop the pins out and it opens up? Well, take the top 5.56 off, put the 300 blackout on, clip it back together, and 300 blackout will fit in a 5.56 magazine. You don't even got to buy a different magazine. You just need a different upper. And of course, I bought all of the rounds I picked up are subsonic, because if you go to the range, 1, the kick on them is much less, and 2, they're quiet compared to, you know, the snappy 5.56. And my shoulder's already jacked up from, you know, when I got injured on the job. So yeah, I need to get passports. Yeah, of course I disagree. Elections matter. And that's what the issue is all the lefties crying and being bitches. Guess what? Elections matter. You were happy when your boy won 4 years ago, but now you're going to cry and say elections don't matter because your girl didn't win. It's like you can't have it both ways. Ultra American. What is up, sir? I salute you. Filipino women make you see life in a whole different way, James. You know what? If I were going to go to anywhere in Asia on vacation, it would be Vietnam. 1, my biological pops spent 20 months there during the war. So it'd be neat to go and see some of the places he fought. They let you do tours. So you can go to Ashwa Valley. You can go see Khe Sanh, and all that, or at least what's there now. And two, the Vietnamese people are so nice and they love Americans. And that's crazy because we killed like 2 million of them during the war. And they killed like 500,000 of ours. Well, 300 and something thousand, right? And yet they're totally cool. They're like, yep, you guys are awesome. Come over, hang out, marry my daughter, whatever. So yeah. Plus, I absolutely love Vietnamese coffee. It is one of my favorite things in the world. One of my favorite things in the world. Vietnamese coffee, well-made, properly made Vietnamese coffee is one of life's true delights. It's just super good. I hope if I do go to heaven that I'll be able to get Vietnamese coffee there. I mean, because would it be heaven without it? I don't know. Cambodia, yeah. Well, now that the Vietnamese stepped in back in the 80s or whatever and got rid of freaking Pol Pot and his crazy shit. I'm not advocating for any political party here. It seemed like you were. What is my argument, Queen? What is the argument that you think you're trying to understand? That elections matter, or that you shouldn't be mad because a group of people are trying to find government waste? And have found tons of government waste. Which of those two things do you think is wrong? Loved Cambodia. See, the only places I got to go overseas all sucked. I mean, Iraq sucked. It sucked. Were some of the Iraqi people that I met nice? Yes. But most of the Iraqi people I met, I had to shoot, which sucked. And I'll never forget that in my whole life. But, I've learned to be more Zen-like about it. I was 17, 18, whatever. I mean, I joined the Army at 17. My parents literally signed me over to the U.S. Army. So, And after a bit of time at Benning, I found my ass at Stewart. And then after a bit of time at Stewart, I found my ass in Saudi Arabia waiting to invade Iraq. Between the two people, the Iraqi and the Saudi Arabians, I actually like the Iraqi a lot more of the people I've met. The Saudi Arabians are just pompous, holier than thou scumbags, and they have slavery and shit over there. So, not fan. Vietnamese people are amazing, Shark. You'll hear no arguments from me about it. 2010 and 2011 for a few weeks. Man, Omanau. But Omanau, you've been everywhere. Like you and I've talked, and you've been everywhere. You've been like everywhere cool. And some places not cool. But me, no. The Army used me for what they wanted me for, and then I got out. And that's what it was, And unfortunately, 11 Mike, which doesn't exist anymore, but mechanized infantrymen did exist when I was in. They got rid of it. Now it's all just Bravo, except for mortar guys or Charlies. The only job you can get in the civilian sector as an 11 Bravo or an 11 Mike is cop. And the thing is, I'm very much, unless I get my Irish up, I'm very much non-confrontational in public. So there's no way I could ever be a cop, whether that's a deputy for the sheriff or at a local place. Couldn't do it because unless I'm really mad at somebody, I don't want to deal with them. So I would be the cop that sees somebody speed by and is like, no, I'm just sitting in the car. And they'd fire me because they'd be like, why aren't you writing speeding tickets and stuff? And I'd be like, because I really don't want to hassle these people. I don't give a shit. And that's why I become a firefighter. Because when you're a firefighter and somebody calls you, they love to see you. As soon as you get out of the truck, they're like, oh my God, we're so glad you're here. Or save my grandma or something, right? But cops, man, they got to enforce the law. I don't want to do that. The Afghans, yeah, they just got some issues I don't care for, like their squad boys and shit like that. But the Jordanians do that too. I had friends that went to Jordan for training and got their Jordanian jump wings and shit. And they said Jordanians do that too with their little squad boys and stuff. And, you know, that's lame and gay. And also, you know, pedalicious. So, yeah, I can't get down with that. Been treated good in Mexico? My uncle lives in Saltillo. He loves it. So, yeah, the thing with Mexico is if you want to see how beautiful the Mexican people actually are as a culture and people, get away from the border and stay away from Mexico City. Because if you're on the border or in Mexico City, you're dealing with the worst their country has to offer, right? But if you get away from that out into one of the smaller areas, they are absolutely amazing people. The kind of people who will invite you right into their house and feed you and take care of you and just whatever. But Mexico City's dirty and corrupt. And the border, that's where all the criminals are hanging out. So you don't want to be up there anyway. Okay. I see what you're saying. But, I mean, that's the system the founders created, Queen. And while, you know, the whole, like how the Europeans do it, where they got like 25 parties and like the first 4 parties get percentages within the government. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending, our system is the way it is. And you can either black pill yourself into being miserable or try to be more white pilled and say, hey, you know, is it the best system ever? No. Is it the best one currently existing? Probably, yeah. You know, I mean, personally, the best system was probably what we lived by back in the Neolithic period where, you know, a man and his small little tribe of people would just wander around and, you know, I mean, did it suck? Of course, because you could get ate by, you know, a cave bear or a saber-toothed tiger or catch a flu and die. But you were free. You could do whatever the hell you wanted outside of that. You just probably weren't going to live past 35 or 40. So, you know, most people in the world are pretty decent. I think so. I'm one of those people, Omanal, and maybe it's because of being Orthodox Christian that I believe most people are at their core good and they want to do good. It's just that some people live in cultures that make it where they can't be good, even though they really would like to be good. And then, of course, you always have the bad guys out there that are trying to corrupt the good. You know, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, the second people realize that the real battle on earth is between good and evil, not between any other thing, and everything else is window dressing, then people can actually live a more a life where they actually understand what's going on. You know, I guess you could say break the matrix. Understand that a lot of the shit that you think is wrong, and that really everything comes down to good versus evil. And then figure out which side you're on. And I guarantee you there are a lot of people who would choose to be on the side of evil. They would actually choose that. And, you know, not you. All you can do is your best, right? And play role-playing games, which, unlike a lot of churches, my priest said, totally cool. Play all the D&D you want. Just don't do it to the point that you're not taking care of the. Basically, the adage is don't do it to excess, right? So yeah. There was never a satanic panic amongst the Orthodox Christians. It just never happened because they're just like, what? Right? And we believe in Satan and demons around us all the time, but not in D&D. That's make-believe. You know? People are so worried about national elections. Yeah, it's the local elections that really matter. That's people screw that up so bad, right? See, I live in the free state of Florida, and our local elections are pretty good. And DeSantis, I guess, passed a law that if any governor or law enforcement officer or judge tries to stop deportation of a criminal, they will immediately be fired from their position. So, and that is totally legal at the state level. So, good luck. There's no sanctuary anything in Florida. And it's funny, too, because they actually changed the signs at the border with Georgia. When you cross the border from Georgia on like 95 or 75, whatever, into Florida, it says, "Welcome to the free state of Florida." Everyone I knew when I grew up, Cody, was either Southern Baptist or Pentecostal. Shark says, fresh omelet with avocado, salsa, crispy bacon. You know what? One of my favorite things to this day is just fried eggs on toast. Like, just bust the yolk, stir it around, hard fry it, fold it up, and put it on some like pumpernickel bread, really black Russian bread. If you want to get really crazy, put a little butter on it. Boom. But I'm a simple man with simple tastes. I love soup, beans, and greens, right? Which soup beans, I mean pinto beans. If you're not from the South, you're probably like, what the hell is a soup bean? But pinto beans with like mustard greens or collard greens, spinach, maybe a little fresh diced onion and hit it with a little hot sauce. Beautiful. Beautiful. And also vegan, which means on the days that I'm not supposed to eat meat, I can just have some beans and collards and be perfectly satisfied with that meal. And it's healthy as hell. So, I'm vegan about a fifth of the year. Pursuing truth to liberate others is the ultimate white pill. Right, but you're pursuing the wrong truth. You've gotten caught up in the material and you're not thinking about the spiritual. And everything that matters in this world is spiritual, not material. Materialism is a trap. So stop worrying about whether you can change the government and all that bullshit and start considering the things that really matter, right? Like being good to other people, not being a jerk off, following the will of God in my case, I would suggest everyone do that. But if you don't want to, I can't make you, and I'm not going to. But yeah, you're playing the wrong game. You've been tricked. You've been tricked into worrying about shit that doesn't matter. In 1,000 years, no one will care. Nothing you care about right now, no one will care about it in 50 years. But you've been tricked. See, I was just like you. Hell, when I was 16, I was a straight up tanky, as they call them now. And then I realized envy is stupid. I'm talking back when I was a practicing Jew and went to synagogue and stuff. I was pretty much a communist, yeah. And then, yeah, at some point I was like, nah, I'm done. And I was done, And the only thing you can count on, guys, is that you are going to die. So figure it out. Right? Figure it out. Because all of this shit you're worried about on the earth right now does not matter. Because you are going to die. Well, the JFK files, that's interesting, though. And I care about them. Because, if there's a secret little cabal of CIA agents that have been running around doing evil shit, they need to be found and dealt with. Because they're obviously evil. And evil has to be crushed wherever it shows its head. So I would argue, yeah. Anyone involved with all that shit, they're evil, The people who want to make transvestite cartoons for El Salvadorians, they're evil. They need to be crushed. And like I said, once you get to that point where you see the world that way, A lot of shit don't matter. Yep, just a test. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter at all. And even if, let's say I grant you, let's say you're an atheist and I grant you that you're right, living a good life will not hurt you. And in 1,000 years, no one will give a shit anyway what you thought. So there's no reason not to live a good life following rules that are observably good. There's no reason not to do that. Even if you don't believe in a higher power, there's no reason not to live a life based on, let's say, the teachings of a certain J-man that came out of the Levant, because at the end of the thing, you will have lived a better life, been a better person, and no matter what happens in the afterlife, you'll be better off. Yes. Yes. Christ is king, obviously. And on Easter, we always say, Christ is risen. And the response is, indeed, Christ is risen. And of course, we celebrate Christmas in January. So. But other than that, whatever. What religious figures are on your wall back there? Well, I've got St. Andrew, the Archangel Michael, another St. Andrew. No, that's not Andrew. That's Matthew. There's John the Baptizer. You can see his head in the basket. Jesus Christ Pantocrator, which is one of the oldest depiction of Christ. Guardian Angel, Mary, Mother of God, the Theotokos, and Joseph and Jesus on the cross. And then this one over here, you can't really see. I have to turn this over a little bit. The one with all the little circles, it's all 12 of the disciples and how they died, because they were all murdered. Then another crucifix, and then, of course, the Theotokos and the baby, and then Christ. And then that's St. George slaying the dragon. And then up top is a Byzantine Christ made out of bronze. The one over there, the really fancy one, that one was made in Israel out of olive trees, made in Jerusalem by the Orthodox Christians that are in Jerusalem. And then, of course, I keep some icons on the desk in front of me. I don't know how interesting any of this is, but I've got my icons that I keep on the desk in front of me so that I can look at them. And I've already sinned because I've been mean and harsh at you. And I shouldn't have done that, but I can be a hot-tempered guy. And sometimes I need to look at these icons and try to remember, relax, But what I'm telling you, though, I converted from Judaism to Christianity, yes. Not just Christianity, the most hardcore form of Christianity, which is Russian Orthodox. Oh, there goes my mic. Let me put it back up. There we go. Let me check to see if it's... Yep, still on. So, yeah. See, you can see in the middle there, that's Jesus Christ Pantocrator. It's from the monastery in Sinai, Egypt. And it is the oldest depiction we have of the Big J from anywhere ever. It's literally well over 1,000 years old. But anyway, so I guess what I would say to you, Queen, is I apologize for being harsh to you. I should not have. And I hope you'll forgive me for it. However, I stand by the stuff about, don't worry about shit you can't change. And also, one of my favorite things is getting together with my friends and just playing D&D. Well, this is the version I play, Old School Essentials. That's one of my favorite things. However, it's a mess right now because I've got stuff on it. You can see I've got a Trench Crusade table. Me and my brother and some other guys are going to play some Trench Crusade. I've got my Orthodox Christian war band here. and my brother's playing heretics, which are the people who have decided to serve the forces of hell. And yeah, and I've 3D printed a bunch of miniatures. Like these guys are mechanized, reinforced, armored suits. There's like a guy in there, and you can see it's powered by like a diesel engine, and it's got like that Vickers or Maxim machine gun. So kind of cool, you know, kind of cool. I 3D print a lot of stuff for games. So yeah. Like I keep seeing this guy, and since we're talking about D&D, every time I look at this guy, which I 3D printed, it's a pig-faced orc, because I don't care what anyone says. Orcs are supposed to have pig faces. They're not supposed to look like WoW orcs. That is some absolute BS, right? But I need to go ahead and put a shield on him. And I have tons of shields. But I think I didn't glue the shield on him because I'm going to paint him. And the thing is, Greyhawk orcs aren't green. They're actually more pink or fleshy colored. So some of them might have a green tinge, but overall, they kind of look like pigs. So they're basically beastmen, but instead of goats or whatever, they're pigs. As a Russian Orthodox, where does your loyalty lie in relation to the Pope? I have no loyalty to the Pope or Catholic tradition. I am a slave to God and no one else, is what I would tell you. However, the Catholics are as close to us as anyone, you know. But we would honestly, not to insult any Catholics out there, we consider a lot of the stuff they preach to be heretical. Like the idea that the Pope could be the leader of the church. That's kind of heretical. Or the idea that the Pope can say something to change scripture. Yeah, that's kind of heretical, you know. So we don't get down with the papal bulls or any of that. We also don't really care so much about the idea that Mary was a virgin for all time, forever, because you know, the scriptures tell us that Christ had brothers and sisters. So, you know, there's some differences, but overall, like 80%, they're still pretty close. And, you know, they're still brothers, though. They're still brothers. You know, it is what it is. Dude, Ironcaster, there are so many new Antioch factions. I have 4 new Antioch faction armies, and they're all different, every one of them. But I get it. If you just like the generic new Antioch guys, I get it, man. They're pretty cool. Now, one good thing about the game is it's miniatures agnostic. What's up, Sleep? So you can use pretty much anything that fits the overall. Yeah, that's what people say, but that's not necessarily what the church fathers, etc. say. You know what I mean? Because while Jesus did appoint Paul, or not Paul, Peter, St. Peter, St. Peter was the bishop of Antioch for many, many years before he went to Rome. And he was supposed to be, according to at least my teachings, which, you know, whatever. I don't think they're wrong, but maybe. He was supposed to be the first amongst equals. But when the Pope in 1058 decided that he was the literal head of church, the vicar of Christ on earth, etc., the other 4 major bishops of the Christian church were like, no. And that's why you have the break between East and West. Queen is asking a bunch of questions I'm answering, but as far as Trench Crusade, that's a war game. Let me show you some Trench Crusade, though, Ironcast. Here is my Prussian Trench Crusade army. This is one of the guys. I still, of course, need to finish him, but they're going to have red feathers, and there's like a skull with wings on the front of their bearskin cap. But so that's the Prussians. And then even though these guys aren't in the book, I'm doing them anyway, just out of spite. Here's the beginnings of my American New Antioch force. Because as we all know, in World War I, America sent tons and tons and tons of soldiers to fight in World War I. So I don't know what the problem with the people who make the game are, but I'm going to have my Americans. And then these guys, these are just generic New Antioch Trench Crusade guys, except I did the helmets like the cops from Jinro. If you've never seen the enemy Jinro Wolf Brigade, you should see it. You're an American seeking asylum in Canada. I wish you the best of luck on that. I have many, many Canadian friends, one of whom was in the chat earlier, and I have nothing but love for my Canuckastani brothers. Keep up the good fight up there, guys. Hopefully one of these days you'll get a decent government. So what have I showed you? Prussians, Americans, generic. Then here is my Vatican Rapid Response Force, guys. You know, it's a Swiss Guard with a BAR. I mean, come on. That's awesome. Swiss Guard. Even though I'm not a Roman Catholic, who doesn't love the Swiss Guard? That's you know, those guys are amazing, right? And then up here, again, I have so many armies that have not been completed because that's just the way I am. These are Byzantium Varangians because Constantinople fell a while back, according to the lore, to one of the demon princes, the forces of this demon prince. So the Varangians and the Slavs of the Russian Empire are constantly trying to recapture Constantinople. And this is, you know, a Byzantine soldier with a American-made submachine gun. And he's got a sword on his hip and a trench shield on his back, which means based on the base size and everything, this is the leader of the warband. And then this guy right here is their cleric. And then, of course, I've got nuns, mech suits with like this guy is just my generic. He's for my generic army, but it's a mech suit with a Vickers machine gun, you know. And then, like I showed you, I've got my American mech suits, which I gave them the same weapons as the normal New Antioch mech suit, but it's the American mech suits because my American army has no machine gunners in it. So I'll just pay the points to have two mechanized armored suits, both with machine guns. And that way, you know, I'll have my ranged support ready to go. Now, my generic Trench Crusade guys, one of my favorite guys from that army is this guy right here. You can see I did him in like the World War I camouflage cape. This is a sniper priest. They can commune with God. So they ritually remove their own eyes and they rely on God when they aim their rifle. According to the lore, God literally tells them where to aim the rifle. And in game rules, it makes them incredibly accurate because, I mean, hey, you know, you're trying to shoot at somebody 300 yards away and God's telling you where to aim. So Flesh in the Game addresses the condition quite aptly. Yeah. Just a suit, a vehicle, a shell. Yep. The flesh passes. The spirit is eternal. I agree. And then, of course, I got to show off some bad guys because you got to show off some bad guys too. Where is he? This is a chorister, probably one of the most horrible things you can imagine. Choristers are men. Hey, how you doing, ETX? Choristers are men and women who don't join the Heretic Legion for whatever reason. So they actually kill themselves on the altar to a demon, the demon they worship, right? And their last slash, they slash themselves all up and torture themselves all in the name of the demon they worship. Then they cut their throats. And every now and then, after 9 days pass, one of them will come back. And the first thing they do is finish sawing their own head off. And then they march alongside the Heretic Legion singing hymns from hell, which negatively affect everyone near them. So they're like a giant AoE morale killing thing. So if you've got a sniper priest in your army and your opponent has a chorister, you know where you want that sniper priest to be devoting his attention. Kill the chorister. And after the chorister, kill the artillery witch, which is a demonic being that can literally open a gate to hell, pull out an artillery shell, and throw it at you with their magic. So the forces of hell don't need artillery. They've got the artillery witch that's literally just chucking artillery rounds downfield, you know? Crazy, crazy stuff. Like this guy is for Dungeons and Dragons. He's a necromancer. But he could easily, in Trench Crusade, just be the leader of a heretic army, you know. And that's the thing I was kind of saying is this game, because it's miniatures agnostic, you can build whatever you want. You like the hat? Thank you. I'm a big Elon Musk fan. So Dark MAGA because of Elon Musk. Like these guys, you'll notice there's a lot of great swords. It's because the forces of hell have their hellish whatever, but the forces of heaven have orichalcum. So instead of using Panzerfaust or something to destroy armored vehicles, they equip some men with orichalcum swords, which are capable of cutting right through any armor, right? So, yeah, if there's an enemy tank on the field, this guy just runs up and whacks that joker open. And then on the backpack, which I need to paint, I admit, guys, I do 20 things at once. He's got a pump action shotgun and he's got his backpack with an entrenching tool. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why some of these guys are actually wearing like armor, because in this game setting, the forces of heaven showed the ingredients to the Prussians and the Holy Roman Empire how to make orichalcum steel, which is very rare, but it can stop a machine gun round. So all of a sudden, instead of like normal World War I, where no one was really wearing armor except for engineers and whatever, you'll see people in this game wearing plate mail armor with a great sword or a submachine gun, because the armor actually works. But yeah, the next one I finished, because the generic Trench Crusade guys, they're done, is I want to finish my Vatican Swiss Guard guys. And you can see all that's going to be is I need to finish their backpacks, their boots, paint the purple stripes on their yellow pants, and, you know, do their face masks. I mean, of course, everyone is pretty much wearing full face gas masks, because both sides do use gas weapons. So, I mean, you know, the demons use mustard gas. The good guys use mustard gas. Everybody's throwing gas around. So it's best that you have a gas mask, because otherwise you're going to die. This is this is like 3 different miniatures parts here. How well does Trench Crusade embrace the use of massive close air support? They haven't added that yet, and I'm hoping they will, because right now, Shark, your force is 10 guys. You get 10 total people. I say guys, even though there's a lot of female units also. Your war, because the game was written by the same guy who wrote Mordheim for Games Workshop. So there's a lot of Mordheim feel to it. This is a heretic priest. But I took the backpack off of a trench ghost, and the head is actually from the Traitor Guard Blood Pact from Warhammer. So he's not actually a demon. He's wearing a mask that looks like a demon. Have a great day, ETX. Thanks for dropping in. I'm going to be ending this soon too. It's about time for me to eat. My wife bought me some chicken earlier and brought it home, and that's been like 4 hours ago. Starting to get a little hungry. But I drank that sugar-free Monster energy drink, and that always kills my appetite, those energy drinks. But yeah, it's a lot more like playing Mordheim than it is like playing Warhammer 40K. Now, will they one day expand the rules so that you're actually playing armies versus armies? That would be cool. That would be cool, especially since I've got, like a Whippet tank in scale. I've got French Renault FTs. I 3D printed these. These are all 3D prints. I've got an American M2. No, this is an M1A2. Believe it or not, even though it's tracked, they classified this as an armored car, which is weird, but whatever. And these Renaults, I have a Saturn 3. I can get like 6 of these on a build plate. So it's crazy too. I was like, that can't be the right scale. And I double checked it and it was. And I put it next to a person. I was like, what? So I looked on YouTube. And yeah, they were that tiny, man. They had 2 guys in them. A driver that sat right here. And then the commander/gunner that was in the turret, standing up even. And he got into the tank through these little doors in the back. They weighed 3 tons. That's it, 3 tons. I think the Bradley I was in weighed 16 tons. And an M1A2 is like almost 70 tons. So it's really amazing at, Okay, what do we got here? Oh, these are, I guess, Sahagin. But they're Reaper miniatures. They're called Talix or Talix or whatever. But I would paint them up and use them as Sahagin. However you want to pronounce that. But this, I've got another bad guy out that I can show you. This is the leader if you choose to play the actual demonic guys, not the heretics, because the guy with the staff is the leader of a heretic army. The heretics are all mortal. These guys are actually infernal. They're demonic, right? And this is called a praetor. And yes, that is to scale. So here is a yeoman from the Antioch army versus a praetor. If you choose to play the Cult of the 7-Headed Serpent or 9-Headed Serpent, whatever it is, I think it's 9-headed, your army will be very small, but it'll be a bunch of monsters, demons. Well, they're actually Cambions because pure demons can't enter onto the earth, but half demons can. So that guy right there is a half demon. And usually, in the case of him, I think according to the lore, he's half demon and half jackal. But then some of them are half pig, half goat, whatever. Pretty much the mortal followers of the forces of hell capture animals and people and drag them to the gates of hell, where they are then hybridized and become horrible things that come out and, fight for the bad guys. That's pretty much how that works. The rule, though, is that the actual forces of hell cannot enter Earth, because if they do, it'll break some agreement and then God will send all of his forces down. And let's be honest, even the devil knows that if the Archangel Michael hits the battlefield, it's over. You know what I mean? So the demons kind of, those little tanks like the Stuart. Yeah, the Stuart was actually a mid-war tank that they ended up using in World War II until they replaced it with the Chaffee. And a lot of the Allied forces used Stuarts. And there were many variants. I mean, I think I remember seeing one that was like an A5, you know, like the actual German tanks were massive. The World War I German tanks, they were freaking. Now, this is a French, I forget the name, I'd have to look it up. But since I had a misprint because I was using new resin, and until I got it like, you know, focused in with the exact right exposure times and shit, I got a lot of misprints. But rather than throw the misprint away, I just tore it up and threw rust all over it. And now it's a terrain piece, a destroyed French tank. And I've got a couple of Renaults that also came out, you know, broken or whatever. And I just made terrain pieces out of them. Now, this is something you can use if you play the Trench Pilgrims. And this is a basically a dreadnought from 40K. There's a guy inside of this thing driving it, and it's powered by a gigantic diesel engine. And then, of course, it's covered with crosses and holy icons and a lamb that they slit the throat of so they could, you know, anoint themselves with the blood of the lamb and all that. You see how it's got icons there that I haven't painted yet of different saints. And that big Catherine wheel, which, you know, they use to break people. You know what? This game kind of sometimes to me has the same kind of vibes as Berserk. And I do love me some Berserk. As a matter of fact, I need to look it up and see if did anyone ever create a Berserk role-playing game? Yeah, the Germans knew they were losing about halfway through. It was only the super hardcore that, you know, it was only the NSDP guys that like viewed it as a religion, you know, like the SS and shit like that. But your average Wehrmacht guy, yeah, after Stalingrad, they knew they were done. But, you know, you can't just surrender and save people. You got to let another couple tens of millions of people die because, you know, the little mustache man said so. However, now this is World War I, which Rommel did fight in, but he was a cavalry officer. And I think specifically he rode a bicycle, his bicycle mounted infantry. But anyway, yeah. Yes. I said it's like a dreadnought from 40K. In this game, this is called something else. I'd have to look it up. And only Trench Pilgrims can take these, right? And they're made by Saint Methodius on the Mount Athos of Greece. So these are hardcore Orthodox Christian machines. So your Trench Pilgrims in general are like super shitty equipped. They're wearing rags. Some of them are even using like muskets and shit. But you get this guy if you pay the 100 and some points. And this guy is a beast. And if you pay extra points, he has a radius that's a blessing so that anyone within a certain range of him gets bonuses because, you know, they become fearless and shit because they're all like, look at our giant cathedral here covered with, you know, icons and shit. Yeah, we're not afraid of the devil. We got this guy, you know, and then of course some more hellish figures. These guys would go along with the Praetor. These are actual demonic type things. I need to paint their eyes, but these are locusts from hell. And if you ever read Revelation, which is not my favorite book, when it talks about the horse-sized locust with human faces and fiery, well, that's what this is. You can have up to 3 of these in your demonic army. So I've got 3. Everything I'm showing you is 3D printed or made with 3D printing and then plastic parts from other kits. Now, here's something I'll show you that you cannot use in Trench Crusade, but I built it anyway. Yeah, that's a T90. I forget what mark or whatever, but it's T90 because I'm always wanting to play Twilight 2000. So I collect this scale, 28 millimeter scale, American and Russian combat vehicles. So like here is a very late period M60. This is like an M60 Starship. So like an A5 or A6. And you can see how it's got all the reactive armor all over it. It doesn't have the big headlamp that the Vietnam era one would. It's got the 50 cal and its own little turret. For Twilight 2000, this would be perfect for a group of players to have, you know, an M60 tank. So, I mean, can I tell you about the Diddy party? Ain't no party like a Diddy party, according to all of the weirdos fleeing to Europe. Last thing I heard about Diddy is he had AIDS now. But I never got invited to no Diddy parties, and even if I did, I wouldn't go because that's not my scene, guys. Happily married for 20-something years and not down with all that shit. I was a little bit of a wild guy when I was young, but those days are long past, and I do not regret it. Being married to a good woman is the best thing you can do with your life. If you can find one. I know it's hard for you young guys, and I'm sorry about that, but yeah. I guess it gets harder and harder to find a good woman as the years go by, but hey, you know, if you can, it's awesome. You know, it's really nice. And if you can't, well, get some roommates. Now this I 3D printed and it just come out of my curing box over here. This is an Angel of Death, but I could use this easily to be a Praetor or a Warlock or whatever. And it even has the 4 wings, so it looks kind of like a fallen seraphim. And I just got that one dried. And then this could also be a Praetor. I need to put wings on it and fix the weapon because I accidentally broke it off. But when you make your demonic army, you choose one of the 7 deadly sins you serve. And this, of course, would be a Praetor devoted to lust. So think Slaanesh if you're a Warhammer player. No, this is a role-playing thing. Like, it breaks apart into levels. If you've never seen the show Expanse, then I don't know how else to explain it to you. It's like the rocket from The Expanse, the Rosinante. So if I were playing a hardcore game of Traveller 2300, this would be a prop. And as you take it apart by level, there's like lifts and staircases. And then, of course, like this thing here opens up and there's weapons on the inside, like point defense guns and torpedoes and whatever, you know. And then, of course, here's an exit. This exit here actually opens, you know, and there's a bunch of like vac suits in here. And then these things you can barely see, like here. These are retro rockets so that you can maneuver it because the setting this thing is from, there's no artificial gravity. So the only way you can have gravity is the ship has to be accelerating at 1G or decelerating at 1G. Can I speak Russian? I can say Chocho. I can say Davai za, Rodinia, So very little. That's what Chocho means. Very little. Now, my dad, I can say curse words. I can say lots and lots of Russian curse words. But I mean, if you want to learn Russian curse words, you don't need to hear it from me. Just go on Counter-Strike. Believe me, you will learn them. I mean, I could call you Blinn. Blinn, of course, is Russian for pancake, but it's also like what you might call your friend. So you would say Blinn. Why it beats the shit out of me, I don't know. And then this guy just got dried. I got to paint him up. I mean, I can't play a Trench Crusade American Army without a badass sergeant with a big American style flag. I mean, come on. Like the movie, America, F yeah, coming through to save the motherfucker. Oh, it's like hello. No, I don't know about that. I don't think so. Hello is Privyet. Zorogan Sosi Hui. I was thinking Ruski Koigo yup for your mom. But you could also say Sukabliat. I mean, that's the easy one. Sukabliat. Suke. Suki. Which is just calling somebody a bitch or a whore. But the other one is you're a Russian prick. Go have sex with your mom. Yeah, that goes with the American Army. He's even got his on one shoulder he's got staff sergeant stripes, and on the other shoulder he's got the American star. So he's just the staff sergeant that will be leading the American Army. Because America. I need to print out some sniper rifles and make an American with a sniper rifle. So that I can have a sniper priest in the American Army without using the sniper priest that the standard Antioch guys use. And I also need to figure a cleric for the American side. Maybe I need to look around and see if I can find some 3D things for like a Southern Baptist minister or something. And he could be the American cleric, because I've got my Orthodox priests and I've got my Roman Catholics. So, yeah. But yeah, the lust demon, she's got her wings I need to put on her. I actually almost thought about 3D printing the pleasure demon that some people use to represent a keeper of secrets. Or I have a keeper of secrets up there that I could use, but then I'd have to rebase it. Because these guys are based on like a 60 mil base instead of the giant, And I've got a couple of extra American bodies here that I can equip with, whatever. And of course, I've got the U.S. Army style backpacks, which, damn it, let's find a good one, which have the entrenching tool attached to the back. No, because you're trying to make me say stupid shit to Bell. So I'm not going to say that, Dibble. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go eat, I think. I've got some chicken. Yeah, the Soviets are scumbags. My family on my pop's side had to flee Russia, as I've said 1 billion times, to not be murdered for being landowners. They were kulaks. Yeah, I mean, if there's any specific STLs, I think you're on my Discord. I'll I wonder if you have Dropbox, I might be able to send them to you. I think I have Dropbox. I may not, though. But anyway, yeah, I did manage to get this orc painted pink. And I'll probably give him a wash of a very thin down green just to give him that kind of grungy kind of color. And then I'll paint his clothing and armor the ugliest colors I can think of. Because in Greyhawk and original D&D, orcs absolutely hated anything that was remotely pretty. They went out of their way to wear the ugliest colors they could. So, yeah. The NKVD were a bunch of monsters. Yeah. As bad as the SS or worse. So anyway, you guys can see I've got some stuff to build. Because these guys weren't too big, I actually printed out 2 of them with the wings. But the Pleasure Demon, I only printed 1 out because I printed out all the American guys with flags. But yeah, each one of these guys has the 4 wings. So they look very much like, you know, Seraphim. But they got a face kind of like the Pell Man from Pan's Labyrinth. Which I'll tell you what, that dude scared the shit out of me. And the way they look, I think they're females or very androgynous. I don't know. But see, this guy, this Praetor here, this is an official Trench Crusade Praetor, but there's nothing stopping me from using one of these 2 other guys to be the Praetor in my army and not using this guy. Because, you know, whatever. Anyway, though, peace and love, guys. God bless. Good gaming. While we had a chance, we did get some good RPG talk in. And yes, when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, this is probably going to be the one for me. Old School Essentials. And because it's the easiest version to play. To me. But there are so many wonderful versions of D&D out there. That, I mean, really, for the most part, you can't go wrong. For the most part. I mean, you know, as long as you stay away from 2024, you'll be fine. 2024 is a joke. You'd be better off just playing Shadow Dark. But anyway, yep. Peace and love, guys. Again, I'll catch you later. I'm going to go eat chicken and probably watch... Season 2, episode 6 of Chosen with my wife. Even though it sounds like she's watching Nuxin or Asmongold or something. No, I don't know. But, and if you didn't watch my video talking about D&D, watch it. You might like it. Share it around. Ask your grandma how she feels about it. And I'll talk to you.